What's up, Eon? Yeah, you've been waiting for this for a long time. We're going to the Alola region, for better or for worse. I always say that I'm allowed to change my mind. So, you know, I'm going in with an open mind. What's up, Soul? So, this is your favorite gen? Well, you might not like my streams too much. So that's the thing, Soul. I want to make it clear there are a lot of things I like about Gen 7 too, but here's my bias coming into it. You get a sneak peek of that before I make the video. My bias coming in is that there are a lot of things I like about it. I do like the graphics, the region, the Pokedex. Z moves are okay. I prefer old Mega Evolution, but that's not too bad. I love the music. What I despise about this game is the gameplay. The gameplay is so handholdy and interruptive. An excruciating tutorial that is compounded in the sequel. So anyway. No amount of pretty ladies. Can't beat Gen 4 and 5. For me, so far in all my videos, going back and replaying, Gen 5 is like, I maintain what I claim. I claim that it's the pinnacle. Let me know how volume is. '20th anniversary title for the 30th anniversary announcement next week. What do you mean? What's up, Pyro? No, because I'm doing a video on both of them. Part of my criticism, if I'm being fair, like part of my criticisms is that the sequels, well, they're not really sequels in my opinion. But I need to compare them both. That's why I want to make it one video. What's up, Crit? I've been great, man. The algorithm better work its ass off for the Lucy video. It's honestly already doing fine. I think with all of my videos, it just takes time. And I think that has to do with just like where you're at in your growth. I'm not too worried about it. Who is more livid? The blonde, dirty blonde, or the dark black hair? I think it's this one. Welcome, folks. I'm livid. Yeah, like already the OST rules. I do like the OST a lot. I don't know what they're yapping about in the lyrics, but I think they're just saying hey yo. that excuse about iPad generation and stuff is that's to suggest that a more tech savvy generation needed more hand holding than we did in the 90s for Red and Blue. I'm not really sure, Crit Nerd. It's funny how Sun and Moon Director guy is like always making the most polarizing games in the series. Sun and Moon was announced for 20th anniversary. Next week is Pokemon 30th. Oh, yeah, I'm like almost... You guys want to do anniversary predictions? I predict that they're going to do Gen 10, but that might be like an easy prediction. Furthermore, we're going to get a lot of DLC for games already out. Like ZA, they're probably gonna get another DLC, Pokepia or whatever. People keep anticipating this like virtual consoles type system. The only rumor I think has any credibility is that they would not put it in a package for like online. So for example, they're not going to do all of Gen 1 in your normal online package. They're going to sell you Gen 1 games back to you because they can. Because you know you'll buy them. I know I'll buy them. And I'm fine with it until 8 years from now when they remove their own services and I can't access my games, and then I'll complain. Been watching your YouTube VODs. I like the content. It is excellent. I agree with most of your takes about each generation. Though for me, Gen 3 and even the remakes are goated with Gen 5 because a close second place. Keep up the great content. Thank you. Well, thank you to the stream. I hope you hang out. Thank you for agreeing with me. That always feels good. I really do like Gen 3. I think Gen 4 is a little bit rocky for me, although I did like Platinum. But I really like Gen 3. Like whenever you've seen those Gen 3 videos, those are me like replaying them or playing them for the first time. And I was like, you know, and I also have like a soft spot for Game Boy Advance graphics, so I was like, this rules. It's such a rough game to get back to because you're on rails for the whole game, and even if it gives you the illusion of it. All right, Soul. The rails thing is too long for me. Like, this is, by the way, I'm going off memories. I always say when I do these videos, I'm trying to go in with like a fresh take, a fresh, you know, open mind. But if I land on the same conclusion, I mean, I'm not gonna contort my opinion because people think I'm being too harsh. That's something like I really don't want to ever do, is like, well, how will my subscribers react if I don't like this game? It's like, well, I mean, if they can't handle disagreement from me and they want to unsub or hate me, I don't need them as like a sub. So I am never going to be a channel that's like everything Pokemon and Game Freak does is perfect. I just can't do it. So I like things added in the ultras, but I don't think it's enough to me. It's not like Platinum, where Platinum is like, whoa, these are like totally better games, or this is like the Sinnoh experience is so great now. The Ultra editions felt like DLC. It felt like it could have just been literally called Ultra DLC for Sun and Moon, and I would have been like, oh yeah, this is appropriate. With a side story involving, you know, Bizarro Giovanni and the Ultra Beast wormholes. I can't tell you how disappointed I was when I got Ultra Sun and Moon and I realized, like, oh my god, is this like basically the exact same game? Because remember, if you go back to Gen 5, that was the first time we got like super direct sequels, right? Everything else was like upper versions, like that kind of touched up some things, right? But it was mostly the same game. Maybe with some little post-game content here and there, like Emerald, or the Battle Frontier. Those aren't small things. Those are pretty awesome. So the standard was set so high, and you didn't really have an upper version or a sequel to the main series games until Ultra Sun and Moon, and then just like what this is what you're marketing it as like a sequel like Black and White 2 was, but it's not at all like those games were. It's not like several years in the future. I'm like maybe way back in the past or nothing like that. So let me understand. The Kahunas, they're like the gym leaders now, right? Of the islands. Sun and Moon Gen are rough with heavy the dialogue. I agree. Ultra felt like DLC and not a direct sequel like Black and White 2. Though I think Rowlet is one of the top grass starters. I also like the Kitten, Litten, and I do like Rowlet too. Like I said, it might come off like I'm being super harsh already. There's a lot I like about this generation. It's just that, remember, we're playing a game at the end of the day. I hated playing this game. I can like the music and the Pokemon and the visuals, but playing the game I can also not playing the game, you know. Was it advertised like that? From my memory, like if we get bored today, we could probably go look at it. But I remember them suggesting in marketing materials that like going to a different dimension or like taking you to somewhere else. Like, I think that the marketing was deceptive. If I remember, I might be wrong on that, but I'm not a guy who promises myself things. Like, so I don't think I would have spun myself up with expectation. I think I remember the marketing suggesting, and I remember the speculation videos back then, because I used to watch all the PokeTubers back then. Like, who was I watching? I don't know. It's like 10 years ago now. What'd she say? Get your bag. Sorry. Oh, it's snowing. It's snowing for the first time this year. It's coming down pretty thick. Speak your truth. If people get upset about a video game take, that's on them. Yeah, I totally agree. I don't doubt that there's people who genuinely love absolutely everything about the IPs they like, but I 100% think that there are fans and content creators that it becomes kind of like their identity, and they need to maintain it. Like, criticism, even if it's fair, nope, that's not allowed. Can't do it. It's like, I don't do that. Greeting for Germany. Nice, dude. What's up, man? I appreciate you. What part of Germany are you from? I've been to Rammstein and close to Bavaria. I think Rammstein is close to the French border, but I remember we went east close to Bavaria when I was in the military. Or how about this? They're gaming. Danke. They might have overreached with how much the new content was going to take up for the game. It's such a small portion, and the rest of the game feels like Sun and Moon Redux with a bigger Pokedex. One thing I'm really interested, I vividly remember the tutorial somehow being longer in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon than it is in this, which is crazy to think about it. Like, if you consider this a sequel or an upper version, it is crazy. Like, how would the tutorial be longer? But again, I might be incorrect on that. I do remember when I played Ultra Sun and Moon, like, I was very frustrated at first because, like, oh my god, I think this is like literally the same game. And then I remember trying to get through the tutorial. I'm like, is this longer than the first one? Westphalia near Cologne and Dusseldorf. Nice, dude. Well, thanks for watching the content, man. I remember the Ultra Sun Moon games to be announced just randomly in a direct, like no big fanfare. it was advertised as a sequel like Black and White 2. I felt like a rug pull had happened when the first started the Ultra playthrough. Thought it was the same game until the Ultra games slowly started separating from the first. So it's Yabo, I don't think the separation is good enough. Like, I know that I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who might be watching that has not played these games, but the thing with the mother is different in Ultra Sun and Moon. I get that, but I actually think that was a worse choice than the original story, because I thought the original story was better. And then secondly, yeah, a little bit of things at the end are kind of different, and the Ultra Beast things are kind of different. You know, you going through the wormholes and stuff like that. To me, again, it still feels like new game plus or DLC level of difference. It's not enough of a difference to justify a full price tag. Snow's finally melted where I'm at. Anyways, hello. Hopped on and hang out for a bit. Nice, welcome. How you been, Phantom? I don't know who I'm choosing for a starter, by the way. With the Ultra Sun, that the Sun and Moon story was just changed for no reason. The Mother story had no reason to change because the Ultra stuff is kind of separate. Agreed. That's what I agree with. And the funny thing is, for as much as I've been talking smack, there are things I like about it. I didn't mind the story of this game. I want to clear something up too, because sometimes when I've debated this, long before I was making content, if I would be online or talking with a buddy, I want to say I love story in video games. If there's a lot of dialogue, as long as it's good dialogue, I don't complain. The thing is, in this game, there's a lot of like tutorial dialogue. There's a lot of interrupting dialogue. There's a lot of, hey, stop, don't go over there yet. Let me tell you what's fun to find over there first. That has nothing to do with story. I've had like a week off from work because the store to get ripped up for plumbing and repair, so I've been writing. Nice. What have you been writing? Like for content or just like for yourself, or have you been paid, or is it like you kind of gotta go without pay? I don't remember enough about these games to not talk to everybody, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Yep, that's lore accurate to Hawaii. Polynesian people came over on rafts. The story changes with said character were my biggest gripe with Ultra. Also, the big battle with the Necrozma is just a bedazzled hallway, and I remember the marketing making it a big deal of the location. Yeah. Again, with the marketing, I have an image in my head. It was showing, how the different Ultra Beast areas. I remember whatever one is in like the jungle, I think Buzzhole, which is a crazy name, by the way. It was like wherever Buzzhole is from, and it was like in text during one of the commercials, it said, we're taking you to like different dimensions, and I guess at the end it's technically true because you briefly go to like a different dimension, but it's like when the standard is Black and White 2 and they're selling two versions of a game, not one, and they're kind of giving it a title almost like it's a sequel, right? Am I so wrong that I expected something like a sequel, or like, yeah, we're gonna be doing like dimensional travel for significant parts of the game and stuff? Buzzwole. Am I saying it wrong? I like your style. I feel nowadays a lot of Poke discussions is so black and white. You either hate it and think it's unplayable, or you have to love it and think it's perfect. Scarlet Violet showed me that. So thank you for saying that. I think I think literally everything can be critiqued in some kind of way. Like not any game is perfect, right? Here's the thing. I appreciate what you're saying. Whatever my take may be, like I might be ill-informed or something, but like you can know it's genuine and authentic. So it's like, I don't like fence riding either. I don't like people who are like, well, let me make sure I throw carrots to people who like it, people who don't like it. It's like, I'm just gonna speak my mind. If I end up praising a lot of stuff about this game and then critiquing it a little bit. It's like sometimes it doesn't matter sometimes to some people. You could spend in a 40-minute video, you could spend 35 minutes praising the game and say 5 minutes of bad stuff, and they'd be like, "Oh, so you just hate this game?" And it's like, okay. Level-headed people like the smart intellectuals who watch this stream would never, though. It was never Buzzhole. So, but like, how am I saying Buzzwole? So is it Buzzwole? Maybe my mind just wanted to call it Buzzhole. Creative writing, nice, Phantom. That's cool. Like swole, buzz swole. Well, okay, that makes more sense too. Yeah, it's all his muscle, yeah. Spearows have been fucking with Pokemon trainers since the start, haven't they? Remember Ash on the TV show? I think I need to write about that. Spearo's always got an attitude, yeah. But hear me out here. If you're already playing this generation for content, you should get to the level 10 Salamence. Requires backtracking, but it is funny. How do you do it? I mean, that kind of sounds like fun. God, could you imagine if they killed off the player character like that just on the bridge? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then we play through the game. At the end of it, it's like it was all a dream. Yeah. Well, I don't have a Pokemon. Farem, thank you for the follow. Oh, she's his assistant? I don't remember that. Yobo, thank you for the follow. Hold on, I want to... The snow is literally coming down for the first time this year, and it's actually too hot in my room, so I gotta turn my heater down. I kind of want it to snow hard, but it's not. It doesn't look like it's sticking. It's coming down hard. It's like big snowflakes, but it's melting as soon as it touches the ground. I kind of like that they they started to integrate the legendaries in the story mode before they just show up 2/3 through the way through. There's a video where I joke about that where it's like in the intro of my Gen 5 video. I joke about how everything about 3/4 of the way through the gym battle, the story epic happens and the legendary Pokemon happens and stuff. You get the early Adrenaline Orb on Island 2 and then can go back to Island 1. The last path on the island that leads back to the first area of the island has a patch with Bagons. Find Bagon, find Bacon, pop Orb. Oh, and then a Salamence will come. Do I have a favorite Gen 7 Pokemon? I also love how this gen introduced regional variants. I like regional variants too. Gave life to old Pokemon in a fresh way. Also love the ice variants of Sandslash and Ninetales. Yeah, the only thing I would have liked is, even as somebody who's been there from the start who does love Gen 1, and I don't think it's overrated, they always, whenever they do variants or whenever they do Mega Evolutions, they always like really focus on Gen 1, and I only wish they would have done more variants for different generations leading up to Gen 7. Sorry, I didn't answer your question. Favorite Gen 7 Pokemon? I guess we're gonna have to play more. Despite me not being able to say Buzzwole's name right, I love Buzzwole. Why? Because, listen to this. I caught a shiny Buzzwole and named it Cell. Go look at... Here, I'll do it for you. Look at this. Right? So shiny Buzzwole, right? Look at this. What are we talking about? I am great with nicknames, dude. I'm great. In your vid, but the clothes being version locked in Sun and Moon is dumb. I don't remember that. I thought you could buy... No, you could buy clothes, right? You could change your clothes. Okay, the big moment, chat. I definitely don't want Popplio. I hate this Pokemon. I don't hate Popplio, I hate its final form. For some reason, I just have never liked how it looks. Oh, I see what you're saying. Some Raichu love. My favorite Gen 7 is Tapu Koko, like God, they cooked with that design. Non-legendary is easily Charge-a-Bug. Oh, I think I like Charge-a-Bug too. I think I really like that one too. I like the Sandcastle as well. How do we do this? I'm gonna have to play the Ultra game after this, so I have to keep in mind I get to play the other one. Okay, so if I do like Lit in this game, I could do Rowlet the next game. Rowlet, say less. What's up, Nestroid? Litten for the win. What's up, Marcus? I think I'm gonna go with Litten, but don't worry, Nestroid. When I do the Ultra playthrough, I'll do Rowlet. All three are fine. It's an awkward stare down. The blank stare, yeah. For now, I'm not going to give it a nickname. I haven't thought of anything yet. We can do it later. I think I might, sometimes I change the opening thing on my videos. I might change it to welcome cousin instead of welcome folks. Welcome cousins. I want to say too, so this is like one of the first, and you guys might think I'm jumping the gun here, but like, notice how we just had a cutscene. I got acquainted with my Pokemon. And then they're like, hey, go show your mom your Pokemon. I'm like, okay, cool. I take like 10 steps and boom, next cutscene thing happens. It's, to me, it's like, just cut out the part where I take 10 steps and just add it to have Hal run up to me on the platform to initiate the battle. So I don't get this like illusion of, oh, I get to keep walking, you know, and play the game. Oh, and he chooses the weak. Yeah, crit. I love the Rowlet animation for Ember. Sorry, I said Rowlet, I meant Litten. The 3DS era games kind of feel like they have to pull you in by the story instead of letting you breathe and train catch stuff. I feel XY, Sun and Moon, Sword all kind of do that. Yeah, and I don't know who mentioned it earlier, but like, oh, this is for like a different generation of kids. It's like, if anything, I believe that kids after my generation would be more like tech literate, and understand systems better. So why did they need a very comprehensive tutorial that is much more extensive than like Red and Blue? You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm writing notes on the side. So empty belly. Tutorials are fine, just let them be short. New gimmick, bam, try it. How to catch it, here, try it. Yeah. I know I mentioned the Reggie puzzle in Discord the other day, but I'm getting a little sad. We likely won't see anything like that from Pokemon again because they don't respect players enough to get it. Yeah. What I just wish, I wish they had a division. It could be a small division of Pokemon. And I'm not saying be edgy and have swearing in Pokemon games, but like to make more mature Pokemon games. Get a small team, a small budget. I still think it would turn a profit. This series has been around for 30 years now. I mean, there's people in their 40s, 30s, 20s that are still playing these games. Like, I know a lot of people have talked about, you could give us a Pokemon game with the graphical style of, you know, like those newer pixel games. How would that look in your opinion? I think upping of a difficulty, entire teams fainting being more common, very little explanation outside of a, you know, again, I'm not against tutorials in general, but short tutorials, more focused on exploration, messing up. I think this series, as it goes on, starts to get like, well, you can't mess up, because that'd be sad. That'd make the player sad. And it's like, I think there's value in going out in some random wild Pokemon in a new area you've never been, like totally kicks your team's ass, or a trainer in that sense, or a gym leader. Randomizers replay value, yeah. There's a lot they could do. I think, to be more direct, gaming, it's more, I would say mine leans in more on less hand-holding, a little bit more difficult. M-rated Pokemon games, manga accurate, especially including Charmeleon's cutting. Oh, so you know about that too. It's funny, Phantom. I use that example when, like, I've had, like, my friends over, my girlfriend, and they see my Pokemon manga. And I'm like, dude, have you guys ever read that? And they're like, no. I'm like, there's a part where, like, a Charmander slashes a zombie Arbok in half. It's so fucking cool. You know, I don't even think that's M-rated. I think that's T-rated. Make a T-rated, like, anime, manga accurate game. How about that? Optional item that you get after the start that turns all trainer battles into double battles. That would bring some difficulty. Coliseum XC. Scaling. The thing is, you know, the way they did it in Black and White 2 as well is they kind of buried it under the key system, right? It's hard. It is hard if you are a completely illiterate player who is not good at video games. It's hard to mess up and actually accidentally turn on the difficulty setting, right? So just do that. Just bury it in a menu. The people who care about that stuff will find it. New players, there's no way they're going to like think about that stuff and find it and accidentally turn on the challenge mode and be like, oh, this game's too hard. It's like, sometimes it's their fault. So if you go digging in menus and find some super difficulty setting, you turn it on and then you want to complain about the game being too hard. Sometimes you just gotta be like, okay, that's on you, customer. Customer's not always right. Okay. So we get a little freedom. So it's almost, we're nearly 40 minutes in before we get like true free roaming. I can't hear you yet. I want to ask you guys something, because there was a chatter last time I played Pokemon that was very annoying. They were like, why don't you have a full party of 6 by like Gym 2? And I was like, I don't like to play the game like that. But needless to say, by the end of I think it was the Omega Ruby video, I had a full team, but I just don't like doing it all up front. You know what I mean? That doesn't really give me, and I don't like adding a Pokemon to the team, giving it a bunch of experience just to not use it later, and switching it out for something. So how do you guys play? Do you guys like do a full team? If you do, how quickly do you assemble that team? Do you swap out as you go, only keeping your starter? Do you get rid of your starter? How do you guys play? Again, you don't need that cutscene that tells me. You don't need a cutscene that says, hey, look, there's a trainer right there. My eyes will tell me there's a trainer right there. Sorry. I like the whole Pokedex going into the new game and then playing my team or primarily a new Pokemon that from the generation. Oh, I do the opposite. So like if they do, I'm kind of going to be a weird channel. Luckily, I live in nostalgia. I don't really make like update videos or like speculation videos, but I don't look up any of that. So like, I'm pretty sure they're going to announce Gen 10 and I don't know when it's going to come out, but I'm going to do no research about it. I'm sure people in my Discord will spoil a bunch of stuff, but like, I want to go in perfectly blind. I don't want to know anything. That's actually one thing I like about sharing modern games. It's more flexible and changing up a team later. That's fair. There's people that are more rabid against, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but they're really against how the EXP share is done. I'm like in a middle road, because you're right. I do like that having the XP share, how it works, gives you more options, you know, and you can kind of swap around your team, but it does kind of make things redundant. You know what I mean? For example, I could just use Litten for the rest of this game to train up my entire team, and I never need to swap out unless I need it for like a typing reason. You've played all of Gen 6 but never got around to 7. What's up, Black Mamba? Well, did you like everything up to 6? Or did you stop after 6 because you didn't like it? The first playthrough, I only use new Pokemon, right? Same. You're right. You can turn it off. I think the only retort to the, well, you can turn it off thing is like, it's hard to do that when the game gives you stuff, right? Like, I've seen that in other games before where it's like, if something makes it too easy, just make your own rule not to use it. It's like, yeah, but that's hard when the game is like presenting you with something. See, I'm like that with real restaurants. Like, gosh, my girlfriend and buddies will bully me every time we go somewhere. It's like I have to try something new every time I go somewhere. It's like, I already know I like this from this place. And they'll be like, oh, you never want to... I'm like, no, I like the thing I like. And then I've tried to explain, when you experiment... imagine you, oh, okay, I'm gonna be crazy today and order something I have no clue if I'm gonna like it or not. Then you get it, then you don't like it, then you're still hungry. So like when I go to Taco Bell, I like to get cheesy gordita crunches because I like them a lot. My girlfriend was like, I'm gonna get a chalupa and you should try it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've had a chalupa before, they're good. But she was convinced, no, I don't get chalupas when I go because I don't like them. And we get back to the house, she gives me her chalupa, I eat it, and she goes, well, how was it? I was like, it was good. And she's like, see, I knew you'd like it. I'm like, I never like disliked it. I never didn't like it. I wasn't being picky. It's just I like getting cheesy gordita crunches. Damn. The Gyarados effect. I could use a new water type, or I could use the Mon I know works for me. I was in the same situation as a lot of people, including you, where back when I wasn't able to get games, birthdays and Christmas was the exception, so I just never got around to them with work. Got it. Quesarito. Love those things. What do you do for work, Black? Super, super nice. Oh, Black, I have a... Okay, I watched this TikTok yesterday where this woman was unloading her haul from her semi, and she complained when she got back that the people inside the warehouse didn't help her unload the cargo. But even I know that, like, the cargo, the truck she has, that's like her own... You know, she works for a company. The guys in the warehouse, they're not the same employees. And she was like, oh, they just sat around and watched me. And I was thinking, like, yeah, like, or are they paid by your company to help you unload the haul? But all the comments were, like, agreeing with me. But it was like, some people, man. Like, come on. Wonder what Pokemon's got planned for the 30th anniversary. Yeah, we've been speculating a little bit. I think Gen 10 is like, come on, of course they're going to announce Gen 10. It's been long enough. Like somebody said earlier, they announced this 10 years ago during the 20th. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the GBA ports. I have long said that it's not, when we get the ports to the older games, it's not going to be how you guys like it. It's not going to be some big collector's edition where they give you everything at once. You know, there's not going to be there's not going to be a game you buy and it's like a collection of all the games, because they can nickel and dime you. You know, so why would they put it all in one? And I don't think it's going to be like a Switch online thing where, oh, you have a Switch online account, great. You know, every few months we're going to release Gen 1, then Gen 2, then Gen 3. No, I think it's going to be like a full price thing. Like, for example, if they announce GBA games tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next week, you'll pay like $10 to $20 and it'll be just like a normal game. Make a special edition Switch 2 so I can finally buy one. Yeah, you and I have talked about that. I still don't have a Switch 2. And despite what people try to say in my ZA video, yes, I can well afford a Switch 2. I just don't have a reason to have one. And I want a special edition one, whether it be a Zelda or a Pokemon one. Speaking of Zelda, what do you think they got cooking next? The lows were hours we had to pick up close at 70 items on the ground during December wasn't driver's concern, which is factual. I went with the damn cat. It makes sailing the high seas very alluring, yeah. No NSO, because I think they're too lazy to restrict save states in those, so they must be separate. Possible home connection. So that's what. Listen, there's what we want and what we think they're gonna do. What I want is I want everything from Gen 7 and back to be available on Switch. Why? Because they're eventually gonna axe bank. You know what I mean? And you're gonna be forever severed from the legitimate copies of those games, right? So what should you do to make that less of a feels bad for the community, for old heads like us? Well, release those games on Switch in some kind of fashion. And I would do it the day they shut down bank. Boom! Hey guys, don't worry, you can buy all these on Switch now, and they have home connectivity. Now that's what I want. Will they do it? I don't know. I'd take ports too. The big thing for me is I like connectivity. As long as the port has connectivity to home, I'd probably be happy. There's a lot I could do for the channel for something like that, you know? Somebody mentioned in one of my comments doing like a generational Pokedex, which is easier than doing like completing a national Pokedex, right? What they meant was, okay, when you play Red and Blue, get all of 150 or 151 in Red and Blue, right? Gen 2, you only have to get the Gen 2 Pokemon, but you put it all on home and you make videos like that. I'm like, that's a great idea. And it's kind of easier for me because I don't have to like, you know, and then you have a Pokedex that is like authentic to the games. Like you caught Gen 2 Pokemon in Gen 2 areas and stuff, you know? The full living dex, yes. So I have a living dex right now that is up to date, but no, it's not like that. You know, I caught them when I could catch them. I've never been against the high seas. In fact, the only reason why the high seas has had a resurgence is because we've gone full circle so back in the day, Napster, right? It used to be kind of hard to play your music on devices because technology wasn't quite there yet. Napster was an innovator that allowed you to have MP3s on a mobile device, not having a CD player. The record companies wanted you to keep buying CD players and CDs because there was more money in it for them. So Napster not only innovated, but it was more convenient. Now, people like try to like go after people who utilize illegal methods to listen to music or play video games, stuff like that, right? You don't need to do that. You need to make it more accessible and at a reasonable price point, and people will out of convenience rather do that than steal anything. You're going to get people who just simply don't have the money. But if you make it convenient for a consumer, they will shell out the money to you. And I'm a perfect example. Like throughout from the 2000s until I was an adult, I pirated everything. And then there got to a point where I even could have still done it as an adult, But when I had money, I was like, I'll just get Spotify. Boom, music is already covered. When it came to games, I like it all being under Steam. I'll just buy it on Steam. I'll wait for a sale. They made it accessible and at an affordable price point. Now, when it comes to today, all these streaming services, they have rebuilt cable, right? So there's all these streaming services and they rebuilt cable. And what I mean by that is you have to buy different packages to get stuff you wanted. It used to be like Netflix had a monopoly. It was actually kind of nice. So all these different services have all these different things you want to watch. And then on top of that, if you don't buy their super ultra premium monthly subscription, you have to watch ads now. That is, I'm paying you and have to watch ads now? Do you plan on having exclusively Gen 7 Pokemon on your team, including variants, or what do you feel like using? No strict thing on that, Soul. I'm fine with mixing it up. Usually I do lean to that, though, of like, oh, I'm playing Gen 7. Let me get a bunch of Gen 7 Pokemon. But it's not like a harsh rule, so I might switch it up. Variants I'll count as Gen 7. For Pokemon, the connectivity to other games is a big factor. That's what. So I totally agree with you. I don't know. If I called you Der, what does that mean in German? It just means the. That's the thing I remember about OSTs for the Nintendo games. Momo is okay? Okay. You can't name the Pokepeck or Picky Peck family, Sam. What? Oh, Toucan Sam. Hold on, is that real? You really can't do that? Because that'd be a really funny bit for the video. Oh, we have to do that. We have to look at that. Oh man, man. Guys, we have barely gotten to like play the game. We've gotten to battle, but like as far as explore and walk around, it's like an hour and just wow. I'm also not primed for gameplay like this because I've been playing the old Final Fantasies and they literally like, hey, here you go. Go save the world. There's like no tutorial in the old Final Fantasy, but I love it. Oh, it's already happening. Final Fantasy 4, you actually get story for once. Final Fantasy 2 had decent story. I think Final Fantasy 3 definitely took a step back with story, though. I'm not sure. on the Caforgus thing. Final Fantasy IV story is wrong for wrong reasons. Don't spoil it. It's still a good game. Yeah. Momo, have you watched my Final Fantasy content? Hold on, we have to see if I can find a Pikipek. That's the correct line, right? The Pikipek family turns into Toucannon. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be so funny if it's true. I watched Final Fantasy 1. I haven't watched more because I've actually been doing my own playthroughs at the moment, currently on 2. Oh, nice. What'd you think of the first video? Be honest. Give me that dry German opinion. Dry. I'm just kidding. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just want to see it for myself, is because that's so funny. If it's, I just have to see it for myself. Hold on, will it interrupt me if I try to go here? Oh, God. The thing, just take me to the lab then. No, I gotta get footage on that. Sorry, I stopped recording for a little bit. I gotta get... I just... Don't wander off the precursor. I liked it. It was nice to see someone's first opinions of the franchise I like a lot. Thank you. The hope leaves his eye. I don't know if Pikipek is available at night. Let me check my nifty Pokedex. Oh, it's just north? Okay. We'll just move on with the story then. We're also playing under shiny rules. If we ever run into a shiny, I don't care about composition. Anything, we're taking the shiny. Wingull, quit trolling me. I know Final Fantasy is a long franchise to review, but I actually really like my first time stuff because it's usually pretty rare to have total newbies to some franchises. Yeah. That I keep playing with the titles of those videos because I want it to look clean, but at the same time, when I first uploaded the Final Fantasy 1 video, and it's my best Final Fantasy 1 video in terms of views, it used to say like for the first time or something, you know? So maybe I should go back and put it on there, but it's like, there's something, I get really like particular with titles. Like I like clean titles, but I can't capture somebody like you who would be interested in that topic if I don't say that anywhere on the thumbnail or the title. So it's like, I don't know. Sometimes what I like may not be best for my channel. The experience is kind of the channel series. That's correct too. You know, yeah, it's fair. So I didn't come up with that title. There's like a million channels who have used that in their titles. But I didn't want to call my videos reviews. I was close to calling them retrospectives, but I also, you know, if you watch my earlier videos, it is definitely in a retrospective style. I don't really talk about my own gameplay that much. I talk about my experiences. So that's what I keyed in on. I was like, well, as I go forward, I want to start, I don't want to just talk about the games from memories. Like I want to replay them. And I think that'll help me with an analysis. And it obviously helps with footage because there's only a few videos where I've borrowed footage where I've asked some other channel, like, hey, can I use your stuff? And they're like, yeah. But like, I think 2 videos I've ever done that. But everything else has been my own. And I was like, well, experience is like in that part where it could be, it's just this person's experience. And if you, the goal I think is to get enough people who find me, maybe they like me, maybe they don't. The people who do like me, they go, I like this guy's take when he talks about his experiences, you know? That's kind of the idea. I will drag this man through Final Fantasy 14. Did I get that right? That's a 14. When he finally gets to it in like 10 years. I don't know. We're kind of moving, right? We're about to do 4. We're moving along. So it felt better to me than the usual clickbait. What about it didn't feel clickbaity? If you remember. This is something I'm interested in knowing. I definitely don't want that. You know, I don't think any of my titles have been like clickbaity. Not to say that you said they were. I'm saying like, I'm glad I don't give that impression because I don't ever want to. I want to earn my view. Okay. I quite like his videos, and I'd be sad if he disappeared for like 5 years to get through that. So that's the thing with the Final Fantasies is like, how do I do the MMOs? Because isn't Final Fantasy 11 still active? You're going to cover Final Fantasy 14 by expansion. This is not a debate. I don't like MMOs though, so I might just skip, man. We'll see though. Listen, if you guys would play with me, that would make it probably fun. It's a rough MMO. It's funny because I remember when I was, dude, how long has 11 been out now? I remember when I got to look that up because I remember being very little when one of my parents' roommates, when did this come out? Yeah, 2002. I remember being very little. I was in like the computer room of our shared space where my parents had roommates. And I remember one of the roommates was like, dude, because I was so fascinated by MMOs when I was a kid. Because I remember, look, early 2000s, you know, the MMOs started in the late 90s. I hadn't seen this stuff, and it was like the possibilities felt endless. And he was like, come here, little livid, because that was definitely my name. Come here, little livid. He's like, if I started walking right now, he's like, I couldn't get to the end of the map today. And I was like, oh, that's how big this game is? He's like, yep. Or it's 24 this year. I would say I like my experience as in a, hey, I want to talk to you feel about it without it being the review. The review. There is a lot of empty titles nowadays, like let's play all of that game and just one part of many for, I don't know, 100%ing. Yeah, those videos that are like, I played all of this series so you don't have to. The only thing is like when you see the time on it, it's like 20 minutes long. It's like, so you're just going to talk about it for like, I can't really talk shit because there's people that do 8-hour Morrowind retrospectives and I'm doing like 30 to 1 hour videos. I don't know. I just personally think that from a creator's perspective, dude, once I'm making like, when I'm done making an hour-long video, I'm like, what else can I say about this game that I think, by my own standard, brings value to the viewer? Because I gotta be honest with you, like, I have yet to submit to, I just want to make this video longer, so I'm just gonna add fluff. And I get that some people might be disappointed, you know, they want to put on a 5-hour review of a game they love. I can't do it. Maybe one day. You have to pay per character on top of a sub? What? I knew about the whole Final Fantasy reset thing. What about it did they change that made people love it? Because now isn't Final Fantasy 14 like totally beloved as an MMO now? It's a long story. It took a lot from 11. I got a lot of advice about like, oh, you don't need to play that Final Fantasy. You could just play like this one or whatever. I've liked going back and restarting and playing from the beginning. Like, because I start to, all these things that maybe you longtime Final Fantasy fans take for granted are like, oh, they probably wouldn't care about that. It's like, I like it a lot. Like Sid, for example, how Sid kind of, his archetype character is kind of recurring. I'm like, oh, I like that. I like seeing Chocobos for the first time in Final Fantasy 2. I like little things like Masamune and Excalibur. You know what I mean? Just kind of like, oh, this is cool. You know, like recurring things, even though the setting is different. Oh, wow. It didn't have basic attacks during combat? What? How did... I'm not even an MMO guy. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think you get many people disagreeing with you, Phantom. Sounds like everybody agrees it was pretty rough when it first came out. And I just, I briefly played WoW when I was in high school, and it was fun. Actually, I played WoW twice. It was both in high school, but once was with my brother, and my brother absolutely hates anything PvP. He doesn't like conflict. He likes playing with people against AI. He gets like, I don't know, it's weird. But I convinced him to play on a WoW server in like 2009. That was PvP, and we killed some high-ranking, you know, I think we were playing for the Horde. We killed some high-ranking, like, Alliance member. And him and I were so amped up, you would have thought we won, like, the UFC World Championship or something. We were just like, oh my God. We were, like, running, you know, because he had a computer in his room and I had one in mine. We were, like, running back and forth, like, oh my God, we killed him. Like, I think we were, like, level 20 each, and he was level 30 or something. And he like messaged us, he's like, "Give me my stuff back," and we're like, "No way, dude!" But we didn't keep up with it. I've always kind of been weird about multiplayer games. I don't necessarily love multiplayer stuff, which is why like a game like Fallout 76 or was already off to a bad start with me because I was like, "How dare you take my single player franchise and have people play with people?" Oh God, level 3. Should I just fling Pokeballs at this thing? I get your brother. I love FromSoft games, but the invasions from other players, or at least for a part of it, but just bothers me. Yeah. Yeah, my brother will literally play anything as long as you can play on a team together. He doesn't want to do anything where you fight against other people. Do you have a plan besides spin-off games for Final Fantasy? So that's a great question. That's a great question. So ideally, here's what I want. I would like to start playing the spin-offs around Final Fantasy VII, you know, for Crisis Core, because I've always been interested in that game, even though I barely know anything about Final Fantasy VII. My initial thought is, why don't I just play the main titles and work my way up? And then once I build a Final Fantasy base of subscribers that would actually watch the side content videos, then I play the side content, or not side content, but side or spin-off games and side content. Because I think my assumption would say that games like that would bring in less than the main titled games like Final Fantasy 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think like Crisis Core would bring in less viewers than Final Fantasy 7 would, right? And just from like, look, I'm a human, right? It's tough to like really put all your effort and give it your all when like you really feel like this video is probably going to only get like 4,000 views or something like that. It sucks, you know? So it's like, I want to play that game and I want to put my all into Crisis Core, but I want people to watch it. So it's like, do I just keep moving along, play those really popular Final Fantasies, work my way back, boom, do Final Fantasy 4 after years? What's that Final Fantasy 1 game? You know what I'm talking about? Where like you kill that guy that keeps coming back. Then Crisis Core, you know, is hated. Why is after he's hated? Having finished the Crisis Core remake recently, I thought it would made for a decent companion piece to the original, flaws and all. So that's the question: is I want to play Final Fantasy VII, the OG. So should I play Crisis Core, the OG? Strangers of Paradise, thank you. That. Okay, here we go. So is it, real quick, Soul, is it just Sam? Or can it not go online as Sam? Because it just let me do it. Yeah. So can you not go online with it then? After Years is hated because it was a mobile game, legitimately, but it was just rehashed content from 4. Okay. Oh, Ultra Sun. Okay, well, we'll have to see for that then. Remind me when we play that. This isn't isolated necessarily, but wanted to mention if you're digging Final Fantasy at some point, you may enjoy Bravely Default, very coded, Final Fantasy coded. So Phantom, here is Livid's grand plan for the future. I want to fucking play every game ever made, dude. I want to play everything. In regard to turn-based JRPGs, the grand idea, play Final Fantasies, play Dragon Quests, play Personas, play SMT, Bravely Default, Triangle Strategy. Or, sorry, no, not Triangle Strategy. Well, that too. Tactics games too. I want to play tactics games. Octopath Traveler is what I was thinking of. Hell, I want to play Lost Odyssey. Remember that game? I want to play that. I'll watch it later. Think so. It's a hard but also worthwhile area. You mean hard on viewership? Like people don't usually watch those videos? People keep telling me to, if I want to get a good amount of new viewers, to do Persona. But, you know, kind of, and I guess I could have started with Dragon Quest if I really wanted to do what I'm about to say. But, like, I also want to play older RPGs because, look, I've always heard about these franchises that I've never played before, and I want to play them. But I also want to play, like, earlier versions of them and work my way up, because I think that will help my analysis, right? Like if I play a lot of early Final Fantasies and I go back and I play like Persona 5, I think that'll give me like, you know what I mean? I can like compare it and I can feel like I can add something to that conversation. Triangle Strategy has 1 million haters. I am one. If it has no haters, I am dead. Tell my girlfriend I love. Can you tell me why you don't like it? Look, I'll be honest, I barely know anything about it. I just remember that it was like a new tactics game, and I like tactics games. Speaking of tactics games, hey, how for spin-offs, Final Fantasy Tactics, when are we going to play that, you know? So, here, hold on. The short term, for people that are wondering, the short term with my Final Fantasy series is I want to play them all. But a shorter term outlook is I want to get to 7, and after I make a 6 and 7 video, and a 5, because it seems like people really love 5. So 5, 6, and 7. From my layman's point of view, those are very popular Final Fantasies, and I would hope that I can draw a pretty decent audience that may like my content on it. And I think that would be a decent time to start doing spin-offs. I could play Crisis Core, I could play Final Fantasy, English is hard. I could play Final Fantasy Tactics, and Tactics Advance, you know? I think that'd be cool. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's a good point on the Final Fantasy 3. Like, if I had just jumped into 5 or 6 or 7, you know, I wouldn't know, I wouldn't have anything to compare it to, you know what I mean? 5 has good gameplay, a simple story. I don't care for HD 2D as a whole, and it's very boring for me. There's so much talking at the start of it, not a lot of it very interesting. I think I had a lot of... I have to agree that HD 2D things sometimes I get like kind of tired of, but I have to admit, you know, people make like fan versions of like Pokemon Red and Blue in HD 2D. I'm like, you know, I definitely would prefer that over kind of whatever graphical quality they're using for like Scarlet Violet. You know, I'd kind of prefer the HD 2D thing. I'm excited to play Dragon Quest. I don't know if it was you, German. I'm going to call you German. I don't know if it was you, but somebody commented like, hey, you should play Dragon Quest and it's totally okay to play, you know, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 HD remake. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool for like a new player. I'm pretty open to that. Golden Sun deserves better than that. Golden Sun's kind of a funny thing to me. I only played the first two, but weirdly enough, like I didn't know anything about Golden Sun, but I played like Lost Age before I played the first one. So to me, guys, the perspective, if you know anything about the story of Golden Sun, it's weird because like, what is his name? Felix? I am like so on Felix's side because of Lost Age that when I played the first one, I saw like Isaac and his group as like the ops, dude. I was like, who the fuck are these guys, man? They're super good. Okay. Well, that's exciting for me for when I play those games. I think I own Dragon Quest 3 because didn't they release they released 3 first because this 3 is chronologically in the story. Yes, I have the third one. I have Dark Prince too, and oh, I've played 11 before, by the way. I loved this game. I cried when well, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a person that dies. Let's say a sorceress. I cried, dude. There's a huge flaw in that story, though. They fuck it, I'm spoiling it. She comes back to life. That ruined it. Like, leave her dead. It's the last time I cried in a video game. Wait, 11 comes before 3, 1, and 2? The remakes are meant to be played chronologically. 3, 1, 2, okay. Twitch is slowly nodding. Is anybody else having issues? My second screen. I'm still hanging in there. Is anybody else having issues? Leave her dead. The ending of 11. Probably seen the mother waking her son. That's start of 3. By the way, I'm doing this because I vaguely remember. Isn't there like a Grimer? You're damn right. I want to use a Grimer. Is that okay? Nothing big. Okay. Well, I apologize. If you ever wonder why I don't stream much, I want to stream more, but I have never been able to figure out these network issues. Whenever I run tests, it says I have some of the best internet in America, even for upload speed. So I can't. I don't know what to do anymore. Like, I've tried. When I'm not streaming, everything else about my internet is amazing. When I stream, the quality you see now is not great, but it's the only thing that will stop the stream from like collapsing. So Grimer is going to kill me. I need a desperation Pokeball catch. Okay, this Grimer's cool, man. He wants to be on our team. Yeah, Phantom, I'm not sure about the messages thing. Streaming can take the fun out of gaming sometimes. There's other times where I might announce that I'm playing a certain game, but I specifically don't stream it because I want to have it to myself. Like I want to have that experience myself. And for some reason, like Pokemon games, I like sharing with people. There's other games where like I want to play in like a dark dungeon. To revisit Alola. I've always weirdly liked some of the simpler designs of Gen 1. I like Grimer, I like Voltorb, I like Magnemite. I guess Magnemite's not too simple. You know what? I think I can be more critical than others in certain regards, but with Pokemon designs, I think I'm like pretty open to things. I've not even checked their stats before. You know, German, nobody has ever really done that. I think I'm a small enough streamer where, like, people don't really do that, luckily. Okay, so both of them have Jolly. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good. I think both Grimer and Litten focus on physical. It's pretty cool. In casual playthroughs, I don't really think it matters anyway. I love Voltorb and Pokemon's Mimic. That's a great adaptation of the RPG classics. Let me make sure XP Share is doing its thing. The only thing about using Execute Black Mamba is like is an issue with a lot of Pokemon games. Is like you don't get an Execute until what, the Safari Zone. That's it. Look, if I gotta give praise to Scarlet and Violet, which those are also games I don't like that much. What Scarlet and Violet does that's pretty interesting, and I don't know if I want that all the time. But you start in a centralized location, and you can kind of go anywhere to catch your team, right? So you can kind of make the team you want to make right from the get-go. And I have to admit, kind of like it. I like both modern and old. I think where my line for like I don't like this design. I think when there's too much going on, that's when I stop liking designs. Like I like very simple and clean designs. Speaking of, you know, are there any Kingdom Hearts fans? I don't know that I'm terribly interested in playing the Kingdom Hearts series. It's also going against one of my weird nostalgia against it, because I remember when I saw marketing for Kingdom Hearts 1 when I was a kid, I completely misunderstood. I thought it was going to be a turn-based strategy, and I thought the idea of like having Disney characters on a turn-based strategy game was the coolest idea ever. And when I saw somebody playing it and it was like a, you know, a real-time, like kind of like a hack and slash game, I was like, what is this? Like, basically, I thought it was going to be like Pokemon, but with Disney characters. Oh, that's crazy, Phantom. You should play Scarlet Violet, then. I found appreciate it because... Oh, I've already played it. I've already played it and caught the entire new Pokedex from it. Look, my biggest issues with Scarlet and Violet, I think, are definitely performance. I think a lot of it could have like been avoided, and they should have took more time on it. By fan, I have played Up to Birth. By sleep, mostly fond of it. Need to get back to that. What typing is Alolan Grimer? Poison Dark. I like the backdrops of this game. I've wrote essays of why I don't like Scarlet Violet and Touch performance because it was too much of a low-hanging fruit. Totally understand. It feels like bullshit to me, yeah. I'm up to Kingdom Hearts 2. Haven't played it yet, but will most likely play that title as I watch the movie. But I definitely think it should be done before 2, even though people say it's a sin. So, German, the issue is that I've watched, what's his name? Awesome Guy's like 5+ hour things on Kingdom Hearts. And even though I haven't played the games, and he basically, I think he likes everything up to Kingdom Hearts 2, but then thinks like everything after that was like shit, and Nomura has no idea what he's doing. So I don't know what to think. And to answer your thing, if I like action games, it depends. I think I've always liked more turn-based, slower games, strategy games. There's some action games I like, like, I mean, Fallout kind of counts as that. The Bethesda era Fallout games. Leans more on the RPG, but there, there's action. Maybe the next game will fix that. I like sometimes I like cliffhangers or allusions to a sequel, but when I don't feel like a show or a game has earned it, it's so frustrating. There's a lucky egg close by. What's up, Rave? He's finally doing it. Yeah, I know. Eon Kane said the same thing. Eon Kane has been following me for like close to a year now, and he's like, every time I do a Pokemon video, he's like, one step closer to Gen 7. Quick Claw. Oh, it's so powerful. Oh, flinch. Dude, this is the chosen Grimer. Imagine in Pokemon terms that if you fight Team Rocket in red, but never Giovanni, even though he's part of the story, but then he vanishes and is never seen again until 3 games after, that would be very frustrating. You'd be like, what is this group? What do they want? Why? Making trainer a mandatory thing you had to go through instead of a nice optional area if you needed it was certainly a choice, yeah. Well, I mean, here's it's funny, when I was I'll tell you exactly what I thought when I was on the second floor of this school. I thought, well, choose one or the other. Don't give me an extensive tutorial and a bunch of cutscenes explaining the game if you are then going to make me go through a trainer school. You know what I mean? Choose one or the other. Compounding it is crazy. Rising Star. He is a natural. He knows that Grimer's good. Yes. we're just gonna pound each other. Just a couple grinders. What? Just a couple Grimers pounding each other? It has poison gas. Oh, you mean the ability? I don't know. Do I have opinions on day-night cycles? I think, because in like ZA, the cycle was like, wasn't it daytime was super like long, but the nighttime was super quick or something like that? Here's my answer. I don't necessarily love like time cycles that are dependent on like your actual time. I think in video games I prefer like give me like 2 hours of day, 2 hours of night. Maybe that's too long. Maybe an hour a day, an hour a night. I'm not sure. But I don't like it when it is tied to real time. Because like for example, right here, I want to get footage of daytime, but it's nighttime right now, right? What I'm probably gonna have to do is it's daytime in real life. It's probably my DS time is all fucked up. But I should probably save, come back, change my time, and that could be a little like, eh. Bro, 7 in his school. How much of a rising star could he be? Look, he does finger painting really well. So yeah, that's my opinion. Is you know, like it was cool for its time. Like I remember I've made videos on, you know, like it was kind of cool in Gen 2 that it was, because again, that was of its time though. Like of its time, it was so cool that like your Pokemon game matched your actual time and it reflected whether it was day and night in your game. That was so cool. As like an adult, it's like, just kind of, okay. It's a little bit of inconvenient. Like imagine if you were playing like Red Dead Redemption and it was tied to your actual time and like certain story moments or encounters couldn't happen until nighttime, but you had to like wait until nighttime. But like, what if you're busy? Zuding Zhang, thank you for the follow. ZA, without counting the battle zone stuff, I liked that you could just sit on a bench and change the time. Scarlet Violet was just a cycle, and if you wanted a nighttime on, you had to wait. Oh, it stopped snowing. Very sad. Oh, clutch quick claw. I do want to say, some of these early battles have been pretty tight. Like, had to use a potion, you know, kind of, a few of my Pokemon have fainted. The Kanto region. Playing. Well, I think I've been streaming for 2 hours, and yeah, still no trial or gym battle. I know gym battles aren't in this game, but you know what I'm saying. I agree. I think the UI looks good. I think the battle environments look good. Do you guys think that the sequels really are called Wind and Waves? Let's get all of our predictions in order. Is there anybody who doesn't think they're going to reveal Gen 10? German, what are you doing up so late, by the way? I'm glad you're here, but you're up late, man. All of Deutschland is asleep right now. Oh, 10 p.m. That's not bad. My bad. What am I talking about? Yeah, I guess it's only noon here. My bad. For some reason, I thought it must have been like 3 in the morning there. Let me play the game. God. To this game's credit, I did introduce Memorize Match APIs in the UI, so if you had previously used a fire type against a grass type, it would show the effects. Okay, I do like that too. Yeah, I like that too. I don't get that hate either. That's, if people don't like that, I like that. Look, I always forget certain typings and effectiveness. I don't play competitive Pokemon, but I also, you know, there's some people who are like, oh, it's too easy to train your Pokemon and competitively battle anymore. To me, that kind of sounds like gatekeeping, because not everybody has time to, like, as long as the Pokemon you actually use are legal and possible, I think just like however they get the Pokemon, who cares? Because like it feels a little like, oh, you don't have all day to like EV train your Pokemon, and EV training, all that stuff has gotten much easier over time. But back in the day, it was like, you know, I think Blissey has videos on that where it's like, how hard would it have been to create like authentic, legitimate competitive Pokemon? And it's like it almost was like it rewarded people who had the time, not necessarily the skill. If everything was done by the board. Oh my god, dude. You saw those videos, really struggle. Yeah. What's up, Morty? Why is what a bad thing? What are you referring to? But I love it for my girlfriend who struggles with some matchups. She still asks me, like, your girlfriend sounds probably as casual as like my girlfriend with Pokemon, but like even me, I'm casual. I don't play competitive. Like, I play other stuff other than Pokemon. Yeah, sometimes I forget typings. Like, you know, like who cares if the game is like, oh, this is good against that. Like, okay, cool. I think the player's due diligence is at least having the Pokemon like with a varied pool of moves. Then as long as they did that work, they should be rewarded in the match and be like, hey, by the way, remember this is good against that. Like, oh, okay. It is gatekeeping. Shiny hunting too, with the whole they have no worth now, which I hate because I think modern shinies are awesome little events for more casuals to have. I know people who play since silver, and so that is all subjective. Like the whole they're too easy now. The thing with shinies, it's like it's a personal journey. If you want more difficult shinies, just play older games where the encounter rate is higher. And if you want really easy shinies, like what does that have to do with your enjoyment of it, you know? Like, in my opinion, I'm a middle ground guy. I like when they made the rate 1 in every 4,000. That's because I did an authentic or a 1 in 8,000 for shiny Celebi, the one I named Punyon. If you guys have ever seen which video, I forgot which video it was, But I think it was Gen 2 video. But I was done after that. I was like, you know what? I don't have it in me to keep doing old school shiny hunts. Was it worth it? Yes, for that one shiny, but because I never got to get Celebi as a kid, right? Because we never got the event. After that, I was like, I'm not doing this again. To me, I like the 1 in 4,000, and sometimes I'll Masuda method to make it a little bit easier. But again, it's my desire for a shiny and how I got it is like, that's totally up to you. You know what I mean? Back in ranked on Sun and Moon, it took me so long to create a competitive team, only to get those IVs can take a long time for proper nature. Right. So you as a competitive player, because I'm not a competitive player, would you agree with me that like it should just be easy? Like at this point, it should just be super easy to make your competitive team. What truly matters is how you actually battle, right? Look, there is a world where back in the day it was kind of cool that you could like really like kept breeding your Pokemon to get like the best kind, and like you really had to train and work hard at it. There is something cool about that, but at the same time, it's like if you're thinking about it competitively, is that not just gatekeeping people who don't have the time to make the most absolute perfect team? And the people who are actually battling would be people who just have the time to devote to it, not necessarily the best. I'm a guy of like, I'm like a Grand Prix guy. Let everybody in. Let everybody in. No paywall, nothing. Let everybody in. That's who you see who the best is. Dang, I already have so much money. Do they have one with my logo on it? Come on, I haven't hit the big time yet. This is not my first time playing Sun and Moon, no. My bias coming in is that I really did not enjoy playing these games back in the day. So I'm replaying it for a video. Not sure how you found me, Omarty, but I make like review / like retrospective content on video games, and a lot of them are on Pokemon. Sorry, let me catch up on chat real quick. Back in ranked in Sun and Moon, it took me, okay. It takes more time knowing strategies that playing is more about ready scenarios and trying to make best decisions of victory first. The only thing holding back modern Pokemon games is the 0 speed attack breeding, ability to just reset EVs without shooting up. Need to reset a mon. If there's a method, I'll use it. If there's not, all full odds. I just love shiny hunting, and those stars will give me serotonin just as well as the 1 to 300 odds in PLG as 1 in 8,000 in Crystal. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for that. Water in your keyboard. Oh, I didn't end up. Oh, dang it. They asked me if I wanted to put on my new purchases, and I said no. Okay, those hats are whack. Appreciate that, Marty. Well, welcome to the stream. I kind of want to go back and take my hat off. I'm not really a hat guy. I've never been a hat guy in real life. One big thing I hate with Pokemon is that they usually introduce something and just scrap it in the next game. Yeah. Like the gimmicks. What's a Caesar cut? What does that look like? He said the thing. That kind of looks like me. Oh, I hate that. They don't even let you like try out the... Ugh. I hate that. They don't let you review the look of the color or style before they take the money. It made me livid. Doom music plays in my head rent-free. Guys, that warms my heart that you like that kind of stuff. And you appreciate it. I have a whole, here, I'll show you. I even made, like, just so I can have it in the future, because I want consistency. Oh, I must have already saved it. Hold on. I think it's this one. I made a clip of that so I can always use it whenever I need it. I rarely use it though. It's funny because like I love Emerald, right? But I used it in Emerald, which like, but there's some there's things about games that I absolutely love but something about it will piss me off so bad that I feel it's necessary. I can't bust out the I'm livid. Like, guys, we can't just be dropping that whenever, right? There's a time and a place. Cinema. By the way, the next coming videos should be a little bit higher quality because I guess my recording settings, they were good, but for gameplay recording, that is. But I found out I can make them even a little bit better. So hopefully gameplay footage. It's going to be like, because I'm playing real cartridges and it's hard to upscale them and like make them look as good as like emulators with patches running. But I do what I can, you know what I mean? After these games, It's oh, by the way, I want to announce that. By the way, I'm not probably ever going to be done with Pokemon content, but I do think after this, I am taking a hiatus from main series Pokemon games because we're getting really close to contemporary, and I like being in the retrospective or having enough time to let like a generation marinate and let opinions marinate. So anyway, I plan to go back and play older spin-off games I haven't played yet. Maybe play more ROM hacks, more challenges, more Pokédex completion videos. For my Gen 3 Pokédex completion video, I need to buy another Pokemon DX because my disc stops like right in the beginning of the game. Scarlet Violet 2032. Well, you know, I say that, German, but like, look, I want to make a Gen 10 video, so it's like, do I break my rule and just do an experience video, or do I just do a review like I did for ZA? So I'm playing Skyrim and my horse disappeared for God knows how long. I quickly travel somewhere and start fighting and my horse appears. Where have you been the last 29 hours? So do you actually use your horse in Skyrim? I never use my horse in Skyrim. Real quick. I'm going to change the time. Wait. It's only 2... It's only 2 p.m. on my DS, though. Why is the game at night? Huh. Is that because I'm playing Moon or something? Can be a review and retrospective. There's space for both. Yeah, that's the thing. I sometimes I get too rigid with my rules. I could probably just do a review, but like I think my experience videos have a style, you know, with my intros and my format. But that's the thing. I could play new games too. I think just in my head, it's like for audience consistency. Again, this is something that people might not even care about. But like in my head, I'm like, well, you know, if I do like a Gen 10 experience video, it's kind of jumping a few generations there, isn't it? It's like, at the end of the day, does anybody really give a shit? And the cool thing is, like, by the way, we can do just keep the pipeline going. We could do experience videos like the Gen 10 experience video again, or return, or whatever. So 10 years from now, I can go back and replay the Gen 10 games or Scarlet Violet games or whatever. There's not going to be somebody who's like, actually, you already did a video on this. And even if they are, it's not like I would make it the same. I'd still write a new script, new gameplay. I would still, probably to my detriment. I'm really bad at like holding on to old footage and scripts and content anyway. Oh, Moon is okay. Moon is gotcha. I genuinely didn't know that. Not to force anything, but I think streaming Gen 10 would be fun, since I like watching first time playing stuff. Do I have the Sun and Moon demo? I don't think so. Why? Thank you, Morty. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'm wondering if I can find anything else I might like on the island before I move on. I think I'm ready to move on. Oh, if you play the demo, you get an Ash Greninja. think that might be cool to mention. I don't know that I'll do it though. Oh, competitive from a newbie perspective could be fun for champions. That does sound interesting. So there's a few of you who like competitive Pokemon. What do you think of champions? Like, how are they going to set that up? And do you even use Pokemon from the main series games, or do you just use stuff you earn in the game or unlock in the game? That's pretty cool. Oh, both? Home Mons and champions. The thing is with Home Mons, are they going to let you like customize them, or are they going to give you pre-built things? Are there versions of each generation you guys prefer over the other? Like for me, I like red over blue. I like gold over silver. I like ruby over sapphire. I like diamond over pearl. The reason why I didn't know the sun and moon thing is because I'm pretty sure, you know, back in the day I played both because I remember wanting to like get a shiny dex and legendary hunt. You know, there's some legendaries that are in Ultra Moon that aren't in Ultra Sun and vice versa. But I guess I just didn't pay attention to like why it was day or night or whatever, because I was like trying to like blitz through them. Sun over Moon. I feel like since there's a currency, it would be like use 1,000 to get a rental and champions you need to customize it, or use 2,000 to get your home on that's ready. Be a hub for VGC. They're going to make Pokemon available through different regulations. So do you think that they're going to do like, do you think they do like a Gen 1 format or anything like that? Like, do you think they're going to play around with the format is what I'm asking? Make some fun kind of like thing like that. Solgaleo. Blue, silver, sapphire, diamond, black, moon, sword, scarlet. Usually the blue version's right. I'm usually the red version. Team Skull reminds me of Jesse Pinkman in Breaking Bad. At least I see them mixing up gimmicks like Terra, Mega, Dynamax, Terra. That's pretty cool. Genocidal Maniac in 82. I'm using the rare status move, guys. I do have Poison Touch, by the way. Somebody asked me if my Grimer had Poison Touch. It does. Ho 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 ho! Donald Trump. Yangoose. That's funny because that unlocked a key memory for me because I named my shiny Yangoose Trump, and I put it in a luxury ball. We've got Grimer experience video coming soon. Champions is what the series has needed for a while. Removal national decks from every title to reduce workload on Game Freak, so they can work on other things and not reanimate 1,000 Pokemon every title. I don't know, man. Well, hold on. They don't reanimate 1,000, bro. Ever since Dexit, they've definitely taken a workload off themselves. And then even after Dexit, they said the reason why they did it is so they can focus on animations, but they really copied them from all the way back to X and Y. So let's not give them too much credit here. What's up, Leverself? How you doing, man? How have your streams been going? How's your videos been going? I saw you uploading a new video, but I just saw it this morning, so I couldn't watch it yet. How you been, friend? by Silksong Act one boss yesterday, killing 19 times. Dude, I don't blame you. My buddy who loves that series was playing Silksong, and I remember multiple nights after he'd get off work, him dying to like some boss. I forget which one it was. You're not a real gamer. It's fine. Gen 7's, we've been talking about it all day, but like, it's a mixed bag, man. Generally, I like a lot about Gen 7. I don't like the gameplay of Gen 7. So hopefully that comes across in the video. I wasn't wrong on like how often there's interruptions and hand-holding in Rails. People who think that people like me are exaggerating, they're out of their mind. The animations I think they meant were Pokemon animations, and no, they make a Pokedex DLC decks around 600. The thing, okay, but like, again, they're rehashing a lot of animations. And by the way, that's something that happens when you develop games. Like, you might have to like develop games, you know? Like, I don't know where this like charitable part comes in, where it's like, yeah, we need to charge you like we fully developed this game, but at the same time, like, don't criticize us if we don't put our huge coffers at work to develop this game. The elephant in the room is always going to be like Yokai Watch, who could do 1,000 yokais, but they're not even like in the same universe as Pokemon as far as revenue, right? Like, a King Kamehameha reference. I was talking about, speaking of King Kamehameha, I was talking about how with my buddy, him and I like Dragon Ball Z, and he has introduced his son to it, and he's all, by the way, they're all the way up to Super now. But I was talking with him about how, you know, in the 80s when DBZ was in Japan still, a name like Kamehameha to like a Western audience, I'm saying as a kid, you probably would have just gone, oh, that's a cool Japanese word. It's not until like the internet where you can look up that that's obviously like a Hawaiian name. But it's, I don't know, it's kind of cool that like when there was less accessibility to information, things had like a mystique about it. Why are people defending a billion-dollar franchise of all time being bad? I don't know. I talked about that earlier. Is like, there's I don't know, man. People get really attached to these IPs, and it's not like I didn't used to be like that. It's just I was really young when I used to be like that. I used to be everything about Star Wars is perfect. There's nothing ever been bad about Star Wars ever. The writing's always been amazing. But this was like when I was in high school, you know, and then I kind of like snapped out of it, and I was like, you know, so it's not like I don't know how you can get there, but for me, it's like ever since then I've been I'm able to like objectively look at things and like just be honest about my opinions, which is why like I kind of wanted to do YouTube, because a lot of it is like, well, I want somebody to hear my opinion because I don't think my opinion is really getting a voice, you know. That's kind of like why I wanted to do it, was like, well, I want to add my part to the discussion. And sometimes it's not always black and white. Sometimes it is. Sometimes I have the same narrative as a bunch of people, and that happens. Like for this video, I'm sure I'm going to get all sorts of like different whatever, because I think there's going to be a fair amount of praise. Because look, I do like variants. I do like the battle setting. I like the graphics. I like the music. I like the setting. The animations are really good, like with Litten. But then I don't like the gameplay. Bought me a brown Wooper, but I haven't bought a Pokemon game for myself since 4. 2D Pokemon over 3D. Nostalgia is fine, and I will play every new Pokemon game, but I will always say what I like and dislike about it. If Fire Red Leaf Green came to Switch, I'll say that it's awesome, but if it's $30, I will say that I don't like that aspect, for sure, for sure. The thing is, you know, I keep seeing the rumors about like Fire Red, Leaf Green. My thing is, I want the originals too. Like I want Red, Blue, Gold, Silver, Crystal. I know I'm not gonna get it, but I want like a bunch of the old games, even if they're ports. I want them to be available, and I just want them to have home connectivity because that would be so cool. Can you imagine doing videos and like? Also, they need to make it easier to trade your Pokemon because, like, I want to give viewers Pokemon from the videos because I think that's another way I could like give patrons and YouTube channel members something. Yes, the gimmick is Z moves. Love yourself. They probably think we had those on 3DS, so now we have to do the GBA. So you're right. I think that's their thinking too. But my thing is like, well, we don't have access legitimately anymore to the Game Boy games anymore because the 3DS shop is shut down, and soon, I don't know when, but soon you won't be able to transfer them. I guess maybe that's their logic is like, well, we still haven't shut down banks, so you can still technically play and transfer those Pokemon. But I would love to kind of go back and do a true living national dex like we talked about earlier. Z moves are dumb, and I'll die on that hill. They're very cinematic, and sometimes they're cool, but I prefer megas. Even though you can't buy them on 3DS anymore. Right. No, I totally agree with you. That's probably exactly what they're thinking. Well, we've already sold those before. We've never have they ever sold ports of yeah, they haven't, right? They've not really done anything after Gen 2 as far as porting games over, like for Virtual Console. Do I collect the TCG much? When I first got home and started YouTube, I was still collecting like the first few sets. Nothing contemporary, no. What about you? Megas or Terras are a far better gimmick. I don't like Terras just because... Now I'm speaking from a casual. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but people in chat, like Marty might disagree with me. Like I don't like Terras just because they're so like similar to each other. But the good thing about Terras, I think, for competitive people is that like since they're so easy to animate, you can put them on literally like any Pokemon, and they can have all sorts of different Terraforms and typings. So it makes it better for battling. Am I correct on that? From a casual perspective where I'm like, ooh, pretty colors and big thing, I like I'll even take Gigantamax. I like Megas and Gigantamax. And I don't love Gigantamax, but if I had to choose, it'd be those. Ascending Heroes officially releases tomorrow, and I may try and get some. Well, how are you going to get some Love Yourself with so many scalpers out there? And competitive Terras are like game changers because they make Mons viable. Yeah, see, I don't have that perspective, so I wouldn't know that. But I've heard from a lot of people who like competitive that Terra is pretty cool. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. Poison Touch works both ways, from getting hit and me attacking. That's sick. Buy singles, that's what I do. So I've been trying to my nostalgia for the TCG stops around Neo. So I would like to, and I want, by the way, I want to get like a UV protected frame, and I want to put it on the wall behind me, but I want to get all the first few generations of the TCG. And I don't really care. Like, for example, I already have my base set, but base set 2 Charizard. You know, it was only like $150 or something. Not graded or anything. I don't want any graded anything. I don't care if it has a little bit of scuffs because it's just going to go on a wall, right? It's just it's not an investment, by the way. I'm inauthentically bringing this back to stocks, but I don't make investments in like things like that, like merchandise and stuff. I buy stock. Terra is a shitty gimmick in the casual, but because you can only use it once, and then it had to recharge at the center, which made zero sense for an open world game where you walk around a lot. That's a great point. Terras frustrate me. They're boring functionally, and Terra raids are the most frustrating I've ever been with the series. Terra raids were the peak of performance issues for me. It's fair too. All the coolest Pokemon are so expensive. Tyranitar, Umbreon. Yeah, that's the difficulty, is it never ends, right? You think, oh, I bought all the base set Pokemon I need for my collection. It's going to get cheaper here on out, right? Fuck no. The good thing is, because it's only a collection for me, I don't really care where they come from or what. I do care. I care about the front condition. Like, the back can be fucked up. I don't care. By the way, would you guys watch a stream of mine if I streamed the... You could be honest. You could be like, Livid, I don't want some fucking dude yapping while this is going on. But what if I streamed the stream of the anniversary? Because I've been thinking about that. I'm like, that could be fun to watch with people. And then we could play some games after that. So we can disseminate the information. Okay, let's do it then. A store in the next county over was robbed, I think in early January, so much money was lost in the theft, yeah. That happens all over my state, those like huge heist-like things. And the thing is, like, they get so... Dude, the people who heist TCG stores, it's so funny, dude. They act like it's Ocean 11. It's like, they're like using their trucks to like pull the... everything down, and they're like spraying. They had like one of the robberies they were like spraying down tabletops where they touched, but they were wearing gloves. Like, you realize your fingerprint. And then the owner was like, yeah, they didn't have to like pull down the whole door. They could have just smashed glass and they would have been in. And I'm just like, hell yeah. I would tune in if there were no schedule conflicts. Gotcha. Love Yourself, how goes the Zelda? Love Yourself, I have been, like, I'm pretty excited for the next few months because I want to get back to doing Zeldas. I was thinking about doing, I've never played Zelda 1 or 2, and I think those could be, like, pretty quick videos. But I want to work my way back up to playing Link to the Past. I don't think there's anybody in this chat who would have been following me long enough, but before I changed my whole content style, I've already uploaded a Link to the Past video, but I deleted it. I heard about a store that got robbed recently that got popular, but since they had a infringing name, Pokeco sent a cease and desist to force them to change. Oh my god. I think I'll do Tears after I finish Twilight Princess. Hell yeah. What do you... So, I'm sure you've played Tears, but what is your opinion before replaying it? I didn't love the story of Tears. I gotta be honest with you. And I will fully admit it's because I bought into theories from people who were breaking down speculating before it came out. Ooh, I don't know what to do. So I didn't love the story of Tears, but oh my god, the gameplay of Tears I liked so much better. I'm a big Zelda fan, so I would watch Nice. Eon Kane, I hear you. I totally agree. I'm definitely different now. That's what I would do now. Like if I didn't like a video, I would just unlist it. But I was still trying to find my, place. And I found out that I usually like being off camera, because in those old videos I was on camera. I think presentation wise, I just preferred not being on camera. So now I would not delete a video. I would do exactly what you just said. Because like what hurt a lot was like my buddy from work used to watch my first videos, and he really liked my first videos. He's like, "Why'd you delete those?" And I was like, "I don't know. I thought they sucked." He's like, "They didn't suck." And there was a few viewers too who noticed it, like Shio. If you ever hear me say Shio or Quinn, they're the same person. He has been following my channel since content you guys will never see, and he was another person who's like, "Why'd you delete like my first Fallout 3 video?" I was like, "Oh, I personally didn't like its quality," and he was like super bummed about it, and it taught me a lesson. Like, don't do that. Like, don't delete your stuff forever. Like, there's content creators right now who, if they deleted their old videos, I'd be devastated, dude. After Tears and Warriors, I'm so hopeful the next game will be a new Hyrule. The only rumors I've heard about the next Zelda is, unfortunately for you, I've heard that they're going to stay in the Breath of the Wild graphics and style. I don't feel like Tears was worth a 6-year wait overall. I can get on board with that. If I ever make a video on Breath of the Wild, I know this isn't exactly like a unique opinion, but I think I like Breath of the Wild a lot. I like Tears a lot, but I don't think they're great Zelda games. Like, I think they're great games, but I don't think they're great Zelda games. I know I'm not the first one to coin that, but I'm sorry, but I do agree with that. Sphere Hunter deleted her early works too. Have you told me about her before? Why did she delete her stuff? A new Link, a new Hyrule. I got you. I totally understand. Somebody on my Wind Waker video was like, "You know what's cool about this Link? He's not like the descendant of any other Link. Like, he's just doing it for the love of the game." And I was like, I'm pretty sure this is like a reincarnation. Aren't all Links like reincarnated from the same singular being? It's not like literally the same person, but it's like, because he has the Force of Courage, right? Triforce of Courage. Remember, Tears of the Kingdom was supposed to be DLC. Is that true? If he works up the Link to the Past and redoes it, that means Star Fox isn't off the table. Playing long game. I have just Phantom. Hold on. Are you saying you've been following me since Star Fox video? I am actually shocked. That video had like 500 views. I will go back and do Star Fox. The thing is, I've grown so much. I could do it so much better now. It's not that I didn't try back then, but obviously you get better. I wear all the caps on this channel, right? I'm editing, I write, gameplay, and you get better over time. I still don't think I'm that great, but it's a work in progress. It's cheap. When you do everything that's really cheap, all Links are reincarnations. Yeah. I think there are a new category, 2D, 3D, and open world. I wouldn't see Breath of the Wild the same as... No. I meant as far as story goes, aren't the Links like all a descent? Like, if you go... Oh, God. I do this with my uncle. I've wanted to record this before because it's so funny, but we argue about Zelda all the time. But is it... Because he wants to bring up string theory when we talk about Zelda. And I'm like, what do you fuck... This is not real life. It's fucking Zelda logic. But the first ever Zelda isn't, as far as chronologically, isn't it Skyward Swords? Skyward Sword. All Links are reincarnations because Demise is cursed. The blood, right? So isn't Zelda, Ganon, and Link all reincarnations? And Ganon is like a reincarnation of Demise. Zelda's kind of like a reincarnation of Hylia, and then Link is just a reincarnation of the first like hero that wielded the Master Sword or whatever. I don't mean to get political today, guys, but seriously, we need to figure this out. The timeline divides an Ocarina of Time, right? But that doesn't change that Link is a reincarnated being, right? Is haunted by darkness. All Zeldas are haunted by right. I'm alluding to asking about it prior and then being disappointed it had been removed. I wish I had that distinction. Okay. Well, the good news is, Phantom, I'm totally open to replaying Star Fox. Star Fox rules, dude. I mean, for the OST alone, dude. Come on. There doesn't always have to be Ganondorf, but Demise basically fucked all Links. Ah, gotcha. What, I'm lower than a Pokemon? Oh my god, Link's animation is crazy. Do you see the giant tongue? Oh, it is too bright in this room. You know what's so... I'm so grateful that I was born in the most perfect state ever for someone like me. Dude, I like dark, murky days. I want it to basically be London every day. I hope the next Zeldas can redeem the dungeons. That is exact. Thank you for bringing that up. That is exactly what I'm talking about when I say they're not good Zelda games. But they are good games. Like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom are good games. They're not good Zelda games. Because what they did or did not do for dungeons, I mean, basically removing them, is heartbreaking, man. Because like, they're in the videos I've done for my channel, like, there's something about like in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, when you're just like in those dungeons for seemingly hours, man, and it's like it's a good difficulty. Like it feels claustrophobic. It feels like you're trapped, you know, and you're trying to like piece your way through it. And Tears of the Kingdom, there's like, it's all flashes in the pan, you know, it's like pss, 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 with shrines and some of the divine gods or whatever. They're so quick, you know, and there's no immersion because when you're in the divine god things, which are kind of like the big dungeons, but you can see the outside. You can like literally jump off them and like back into the water for that one water divine beast, whatever they're called. That always bummed me out. And with that, the Final Fantasy V notes are now done. Just so I didn't take this one seriously at all. I'll send them. Oh, by the way, Soul, in your notes for 3, the DS, I think it said 2009 for when the DS version came out. It was actually 2006. So, because a couple of people corrected me about that in the comments. The problem, I think, is that design mindset. Everything needs to be open. They don't understand that not every part of an open world game needs to be open. Yes, yeah. Can you search for it and show it, please? About the Tears of the Kingdom was supposed to... Well, why would I search for it? You search for it. I'm not the one who made the claim. I didn't mean to come at you so hot, but I'm kind of busy. Do love whoever made Urbosa. So who is Urbosa again? I don't remember them. I've only played Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild once through. You can't send the link. Amarty, do you, if you have Discord, you can join the Discord and send it. Team Mommy Urbosa. Oh wait, is that the Gerudo? Oh, there's some Gen 5 love. Are we a... I just want to make sure, because again, I don't mean to get political. We're a Gen 5 rules crowd, right? We don't got any deniers in the chat? Gerudo Champion Lady, who was made in a lab to appeal to me. I don't know. I don't like super muscular builds. So I don't know if she's for me. My enjoyment goes shrines, traditional dungeons. You like shrines over... Ew! Ew! Who even are you? Semi-denier Gen 5. You love yourself. If I would have known that, I would never befriended you. Shame she is the most melatonin Zelda gameplay wise for me. God, here's what's so frustrating, because like somebody might be wondering, well, Livid, why do you think it's a good game if you don't like shrines? It's not even that I don't like shrines. I do like the puzzles and it's fun, but it's like, but that's not, when I throw in a Zelda game, that's not the vibe I want. Pinnacle of 2D games. Don't put a qualifier in that. It's not of the 2D games, of the games. You need Black and White's limited dex. So you say that, but I don't think it's that Black and White has a limited dex, because when you beat the game, they put old Pokemon into the game. You know what I mean? Which is, they do that for every other generation, or when they started doing that. You know, by the time you get to the post game, they start adding stuff from other games, right? Every other game does that. The thing with Black and White is that it just front loads all of the new Pokemon, which is like, I'm a guy who appreciates that. That's what I like. I've been a Gen 5 stan since the release. Argued it was peak well before it was popular, so I agree. If I would have been making YouTube content back then, I would have 100% like had to fight against the masses, because I was totally on board with Gen 5. I couldn't, you know, the thing is, I remember the day I went to get it. I worked at Target at the time. This is before I joined the military. I think if you watch my Black and White video, I talk about how like I was a card attendant, but I just remember it was a weird time in my life where I graduated high school. I felt like I wasn't really going anywhere in life. I wasn't talking to anybody from high school. All my friends either went to college or the military. I felt like kind of alone. I wasn't like, back in 2010, I wasn't on any like social medias for discussing this kind of stuff. And I still wasn't watching YouTube that much. So I just remember like loving it, and then years later, when I would get on the internet, people are like, "At least it's not as bad as Gen 5," and I'd be like, "What? Bad? What do you?" You don't like Gen 5 mons, dude? Watchdog. Have your favorite Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom review. It's on the general? Okay. Okay. Well, I don't... It's an AI response. I mean, that kind of answers it. We were able to implement all of the elements that we wanted to achieve in this world, in this story, so there will be not be any DLC. I think that kind of proves it. Because they're implying that the things they wanted to add would have been DLC, but then the DLC won't be necessary anymore because they're making a sequel. So, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not totally convinced either. I will say I thought I've heard about that before, so I'm not saying it's completely unfounded. But the link Amari sent me was just like a Google, you know, they typed it in on Google and it had an AI response at the top. I can't trust those anymore. ChatGPT and the AI responses on Google are like so trash. All that's saying is Tears of the Kingdom wasn't intended to have DLC like Breath of the Wild, not that Tears... You're right, I'm inferring more than what it said, but based on that one line, I was like, well, if they're saying that the DLC is no longer necessary, is that because they're just making a full-fledged game after that? You're right, I don't know the answer. I don't have time to research it. They made Majora's Mask in a cave with a box of scraps. Verdant Cavern. Okay, so there's trials and captains. Do I have that correct? You're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, nice. So, okay, I'm saying this as a layman, okay? So Final Fantasy fans, don't be upset with me. But from what I know about Final Fantasy VII and how Final Fantasy VII's remake isn't the remake, its story changes are playing on the idea of like redoing a scenario but changing its outcome, right? I want to say I think that's kind of cool. Because look, the Aerith thing has already been spoiled for me a million times, so I already know that's coming. That's unfortunately when I play Final Fantasy VII, that's not going to be a shocker. But maybe I become attached to her character and it'll feel more like, you know, difficult. I'll be upset. Yes, and Kahuna. Wait, so captains and Kahuna? see it as a different timeless sequel event, right? But I'm saying, isn't it, the story is meta? Like, the story is acknowledging that these events have already happened before, right? It's not just a pure retelling, right? What I'm trying to say is, like, the remake's story, like, knows that the other story happened, right? All right, Phantom, see you, man. Thanks for hanging out, dude. All right, love yourself. Thanks for hanging out. It's meta, but it doesn't need to be. I'm saying as a layman, though, it's kind of cool. In my opinion, might totally be different if I would have grown up with the game. Because I think if we can generalize, did most Final Fantasy VII fans, they just wanted like a faithful remake, right? They didn't need all this like 3 entries and changing the story and everything. The game wants OG Final Fantasy VII to happen, but the characters try to defy fate because of OG Final Fantasy VII isn't what they want, right? I can't lie, because like, what? Okay, here's what I like about that is like it's. I think it plays with the idea of like making a remake, or the idea of doing a remake, like trying to redo something, right? Is that not kind of interesting? The first 5 to 7 hours of gameplay, 40 hours, right? See, I don't defend the whole making it 3 games thing. That seems crazy. I think they were definitely milking it, you know? Because aren't we going beyond generations of consoles now? Because like the first one was on PS4. Do I have that right? Even if you know OG Final Fantasy VII, you need to be on your toes. Personally, I like that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, so there's something new for older players, and for newer players, for me who may not have a bunch of nostalgia for the first game, when I play the first game and I go play that one, it's like something new for me too. I guess that would be kind of confusing to like, if somebody has just never played Final Fantasy VII and they play that, that would be confusing though, right? You need the OG. Is this thing toying with me? Oh. These losers. I mean, in theory, that idea is neat, but then there's still scenes that play out exactly like the original game, so they just change things whenever they feel like it. The game implies it's a remake of 7, which is a problem when you have to play 7 to understand what originally happened. That's a totally fair criticism. Because as I was saying that, I was like, wait, if you're totally new to the game, you would need to already have played 7, but that's a game that came out, what, in 97? Feels like a lot to ask. I forgot where to go. What's up, Video Game Research? How you doing? The first remake basically spoils the end of OG. Really? I never finished 7 original because when I came back, I forgot where to go. I'm so bad with that. There's the... if I ever play a game and I have to put it down for longer than, gosh, like, let's say I have to put it down for like 2 to 3 weeks. After that, I just want to restart the game. it doesn't even have to do with like, oh, I don't know where to go. That could be a factor. Other times it's just like I don't remember who I was role playing as, or like what the vibe was of the story, or nothing. The second island is the hardest. So far, this island hasn't been too bad. You need to get your mojo back before. Yeah. Oh, I love it. The only thing that sucks is they give you Brick Break as a TM, but I don't have anything that can learn it yet. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be amazing for this trial. The next 3 Final Fantasy games are going to be godlike in that department. Okay. Persona 5 has the decency to be anime arcs. I'm ready for more Final Fantasy. I kind of wanted to jump right into 4, but ooh, that doing bite is stupid. I don't know why I did that. Okay, thank you. Persona 5 Royal. God, there's so much I want to do. I really do feel like I keep talking about it. I do feel like I'm about to jump into Persona. Does anybody have an argument for which one to play first for the channel? I mean, I know I should probably make the executive decision on that, but definitely not 4, right? Because the remake is coming out. So definitely not 4. So I guess it's between 3 Reload and it's between Reloaded and 5 Royal. Attacking your backlog. Yeah, basically, in a way, that is what my channel is. It's like trying to conquer a backlog of games and just make content out of it. 4 is still playable. I know it's still playable, but would it be a little redundant? I could just play the remake when it comes out. 5, 3, 4. You could just double the viewers who would watch every version of whatever Persona game you're playing. The only thing is, like, in my format, what would I talk about? Is it talking about the differences, or... You know what I mean? Because if you think about the way I do it, it's like I loosely explain the core of, like, the gameplay and story. I don't do 5-hour retrospectives or anything, but... So what would I... If I play the original and then play the remake, it's like, what do I talk about? I guess I could play it differently, because I do like doing that. Like when I played Pokemon games, I try to use Pokemon I never used before, you know what I mean? So I guess, when I played Persona this time, I went down this path. Like I use these characters more so. I actually think you should look into Dragon Quest because it's interwoven with Final Fantasy. So, for example, Final Fantasy 3 has a job system, but DQ3 also. I hear you. The only thing is, like, both my desire and my, people like Eon Kane and other people that are like, they think it would do great numbers wise. And look, it's not always about numbers. There's passion involved here, okay? But if something is on my list and it could potentially be good for the channel, I'm open to that. So it's like Persona is a good mix of, it's probably going to draw in good viewers, And it's already a game I want to play. DQ is definitely coming though, don't worry. Because your MC is only one with Pokemon has, so replay is kind of hard. That's what I'm saying is like replaying a Persona game. I guess like what do you do that's different? And again, you do get enough characters to switch around to your party, right? SMT is more Pokemon and better for replays, for example. I don't give a fuck about numbers. Do whatever you want. I give a fuck about numbers. I like a healthy mix. But if I didn't care about like what I wanted to do, I want to be doing Final Fantasy because, you know, my Final Fantasy videos don't draw in numbers, but I want to play them, you know? The thing is, in order to, because this is my full-time job now, it well overpay, you know, it pays all my expenses. I actually make money now. So there's a degree of like responsibility that like, okay, I have to mix this game I want to play already and it's popular, and I mix that with, okay, this video is probably not going to get a lot of views, but I want to do it for me, and hopefully in the future it becomes part of a playlist, whether on my channel or somebody else's channel, and it will gradually grow over time. Persona 5 Royal into 3 into 4 would be, yeah, Jan, I think that's exactly what I want to do. They're forced roles. So I don't mind if they're, you know, in my Final Fantasy 3 video, I don't think I mind forced roles. I gotta be honest with you. Like, I don't think I mind that. Hold on, real quick. Can you catch the totems? This is regular empty belly. Anyway, I wanted to say, I don't mind kind of like, this is your bulky tank character. This is your spellcaster that's like a glass cannon. I don't think I hate that. Oh my god. Oh, it just happened to be holding the berry to cure poison. Are you joshing me? Are they joshing me? She hated Persona 4, why? Dude, Quick Claw on Grimer has been incredible. She didn't find the main character cute. He's a good-looking guy. She didn't like the supporting cast that joined you. She doesn't like Teddy? What about the chick who kicks? The soccer chick? I love her. Pokemon and Alola are more inclined to help each other. Chie, yeah. She flames you for it. Chie rules, dude. The first time I saw the soccer kick animation, I lost my mind because I played a little bit of 4. And I was playing, and then she just does the soccer kick, critical hit, and I was just like, I kind of clicked through the dialogue. So I can't encounter the Raticate as a wild Pokemon to catch, though. That's only an Ultra Sun and Moon. Galactic Punt is goated. Yeah, it rules. Oh, only in Sun and Ultra. In other routes. You sure? Oh, okay. What's up, Lilith? How you doing? Why didn't you finish it? We've been having mixed opinions on the game so far today. Like, I definitely don't love the gameplay of this generation at all. But I like the Pokedex and graphics and OST. Okay, what I'm going to use when I explain Z moves is it's like using a Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, which is perfect because Kamehameha is a Hawaiian king. This game is inspired by Hawaii. My wife loved him, but eventually only romance Takemi. I don't remember who Takemi is. Oh, the goth. Breakneck Blitz! I can't tell if my XP share is on or not. Okay, I guess it's on. Hold on, is that Rowlet? Or is it the Mandibuzz line? Oh, pfft. Fearo's goaded on blue, yeah. Fearo's a very... For some reason, I always, like, discounted it, but isn't Fearow, like, one of the better Pokemon in Gen 1? Yes, it was, Wes. By the way, welcome. Somebody already told me to do the Salamence thing. I think somebody was telling me I have to wait till I get to the second island to get an item to come back and do it, though. And you get false swipe. So, do you mean I unlocked it from the first battle, meaning it could be sold now? Oh, he just said you can buy more items. So no adrenaline orb yet. I'm assuming that's the second one, right? 30-year anniversary this month, yeah. Yeah. Wes, do you have any predictions for next week? I think it's next week, right? The stream? By the way, I decided I'm going to stream it myself. I'm going to react stream. So if you guys want to watch with me, cool. Oh, I beat the trial, not the kahuna. Okay. Okay, so on each island there's a trial and there's a kahuna to beat, and then you're done with that, or like you've conquered that island. Am I understanding that right? You've seen some leaks. What do you think of their credibility? I see a lot of the Fire Red Leaf Green port leaks, but it's not that I'm not happy about it, but I would like it if they ported all the stuff they had on 3DS already. Multiple trials then to finish. Okay. 3 trials before the kahuna, gotcha. What does Cutie-Fly evolve into? Ribombee? Bug Fairy? It's pretty cool. It's a good mon. So I have 2 physical attackers. Ribombee would be Bug and Fairy. Special. I think it's special too. What do you guys think? Peachy for Alola Raichu. Yeah, I saw Peachy earlier. I don't think I'm that interested. The thing is, for electric types, I've already turned down Magneton. I do like Charjabug line, but I love that so much that I used it in my playthroughs when I played back in the day, so I want to try something different. Ribombee's a special attacker. I'm not sure yet. Ooh, Togedemaru. I kind of like that. You know what? I think I like Togedemaru. That's not Virgin exclusive, is it? I can't wait to wait. I can't wait till Grimer learns an attacking poison move, not a status move, because, well, I'm going to eat these grass types up, dude. Not version exclusive, cool. Let's do it then. Togedemaru is just cool anyway. My first Pika clone too. Have I not ever used a Pika clone? Gen 2, I didn't use Pichu, which I mean, I guess, okay, let's not count that, but I've never used Plusle or Minim. Gen 4, what is it? What's the Pika clone in Gen 4? Nope, I didn't use Pachirisu. Hold on. Dude, I think there is one I used. Oh, it might have been ZA. No, I didn't use Pachirisu. Gen 5. Emolga. Is that a Pikachu clone? I think I used an Emolga during ZA. But if we're doing like main series games, no, I've not used a Pikachu clone. The Dene. Ooh, I think the Dene is more of the Pikachu clone. Wait. Dedenne is Gen 6 though. So they're both Pikachu clones, but in their own respective generation. It might have been no, I take that back. I didn't use Emolga. I did not use Emolga in Z. I used Dedenne. Mimikyu, yeah. People love Mimikyu. I think we could safely say that Gen 7 has two, Mimikyu and Dedenne. The encounter rate is crazy here. What's up, Bruham? I'm doing good, how are you? How you doing down under? How's my Tasmanian devil? Dude, you're down under, down under. Where it took the doll off? Oh, come on. That'd be like Diglett showing what's under the ground. You can't do that. Delmise. I forget what Delmise looks like. Things are all right. Well, good to see you again. Oh yeah, the ship wheel. You're totally right. Like that goes into design that I don't like. That's category of I don't like that design. I'm on a roll. What do you mean? Going wrong relationship-wise? Is that what you mean? Oh, got you. I know. Very, yeah, like you haven't heard that before. You can catch a Delmise. I know for a fact you can catch one, like, really late in the game on, like, the shipyards. Because I remember finding one on, like, the dock of, like, the very last island. Cooking dinner every meat we basically went off well before it was supposed to. Things were just... Oh, okay. Is the week almost done for you, though? The work week? Just gotta make it. A few more days. Oh, thank you, Brahim. I had fun making that video. Try to use as many memes from the show as I could. That's the only thing, though, is like I probably spoiled the show for... maybe I didn't... No, I didn't spoil too much of it. Brewham, the funny thing is, like, that video gets a few comments of, like, this show sucks. Dumb idea. One, why'd you click on the video then? Because it's very clear what the premise is. Two, here's the funny thing is, I didn't love season 2 either. I liked season 1 a lot. Brewham, here's the thing. If you're not a big Fallout fan, like you haven't played the games a lot, I actually think you might like the show. Season 1, even as a Fallout enjoyer, I liked. Season 2, oh my god. I am very upset with season 2. But I think it's because I played a lot of New Vegas, and I uphold the lore of New Vegas a lot. Wednesday to Tuesday. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I spoiled it or not. When I look back, I'm like, yeah, I didn't really talk about spoilers, I don't think. The encounter rate in the meadow is crazy. You like season 1, yeah. Well, it's just my opinion. You might love it. I won't spoil it for you guys, but definitely when you guys have watched it, remind me so we can discuss. I forgot what those gold things are. Isn't it just like an item, like honey or something? Okay, so here's another QD fly. Let's catch this one to see if it has good nature. If it does, that'll be our sign that we can use it. When the Legate came back with the grenades, I was cracking up. Yeah, me too. I couldn't believe that. I'd never seen that in the game. I've fought the Legate like probably 5 times through all my history playing New Vegas. I'd never seen him run away like that. Also saw your post, and this was the first Pokemon game I didn't play, having played everything from Gen 1 up to 6. I started with the event celebrate match. Munchlax was available. Yeah, my bias coming in is that I really hated the gameplay of this game, but I liked everything else. The music, presentation, the Pokedex. It's just that the gameplay, like, and I've been frustrated a few times today because, like, golly, the first 2 hours of this game, maybe more. You know, I've been streaming almost 4 hours. It starts to finally, you know, open up after about 2 hours, but when you compare it to other Pokemon games, it's like, oh my god. I mean, it's not ideal nature, but nectar, that's what it is. I've heard a lot about Crystal Clear. I'm open to it for sure. For sure, for sure. I can't even remember Sword and Shield. The most I remember about Sword and Shield is so not when you're in the open world. When you're in the open world, that game kind of looks like shit, to be honest. Like, the rendering is terrible. I don't care what it looks like on Switch 2. That's not when it came out. But when you're in a battle in Sword and Shield, I remember it actually looking like really good. And I remember that first route. It's just all new Pokemon. I like that a lot. Like, there's that sheep. There's the like, it's like a raven. Regional bird. I also like that they really embody the, and I know what they're going for. They were doing like the whole like, oh, you know, England loves soccer. But in my mind, like ever since I was a kid, I always pictured Pokemon battles as like events. So like when you're in a gym, I used to imagine there was like a crowd of people from the local area rooting on the gym leader against you because you're like the away team, right? And they do a really good job of like presenting the battles like that. Like they present it at these as like a sports event, which is like, I think they should just keep doing that. It's so cool. Because that's also how they depict it in other things like the show and the manga and stuff. But in the games, like, didn't Sword and Shield or Scarlet Violet, it went back to just like more intimate settings with just like you and the challenger. Brewham, I there's more discourse, trust me, because there's lots of people who agree with me that their Ultra Sun and Moon, basically Gen 7 in general, is not great. What does this do? The user spits fluid that works to melt the targets. Okay, we'll take that. Oh, never mind. Guess I didn't take it. Well, shit. Yeah, the trials are cool. I like the trials. Oh, wait. You're talking about Sword and Shield? This is the first game that there's no HMs, right? You get the rights, yeah. The gym battles with the chanting in the background. I agree. I totally agree. That's something I actually liked a lot about Sword and Shield. It's gonna be weird playing the Switch era games when I finally get around to them because the DLCs and like, I mean, I guess it's not. I guess it's fine. You just talk about it like you would post game, but. I want to look at these real quick. Hope it feels like the Orange Islands. What do you mean by that? Like, what is that feeling that you'd like? There we go. Best way to play it. I probably would definitely do it for video. I wouldn't mind doing it for video. I know this game gets a lot of crap, but I look forward to playing it. Yeah, Walker, welcome back, by the way. Good to see you. I'm not a big fan. But look, I'll say in the 4 hours I've been replaying it, I was very frustrated the first 2 hours, but it's finally starting to open up. And I'm not as annoyed anymore, I'll say that. I felt not only Scarlet and Violet, but Sword and Shield suffered from that too. German, like the way that the open world areas felt, they felt very like just drop asset here, make just general open area here, and then the diversity of environments was so like small, like, you know, it's like a tiny radius for a rocky canyon area. It definitely looked better in Scarlet and Violet than it did in Sword and Shield, but Sword and Shields was like the laziest I felt when they were doing the open areas. The towns were better, but hopefully they heal my Pokemon before any big battle. I forget if QD Fly knows any flying type attacks. Gosh, they're not going to heal my Pokemon? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Well, I'll go heal my Pokemon then. Fine, I'll go heal my own Pokemon then. Ooh. Does anybody in this chat like Magic the Gathering at all? Because one of these days I could stream a little Magic just as a little break. No video or anything, but the old PC game. Which one? MTGO, or was it called Chandelar? Skyrim is the smallest Elder Scrolls maps, but by far one of the most filled, but they were like the opposite. Yeah. I don't know. Merwin, I'm a Merwin defender. You do okay. Chandelar, yeah, Chandelar roll, dude. You do okay. I play Magic, can't say I've ever really actually engaged with it outside of the in-person play at all. I like to play limited formats, meaning that you build your deck for an event. Like, they give you a pack of cards and you build a deck from it. That's the kind of format I like to play. Let me start recording. Final Fantasy 14 deck for a good price. Nice. Me and my buddies have started getting into proxies because the prices are just too stupid. You know, I'm totally pro proxy. It's not like I can play Magic on Tabletop Sim without having to spend a ton of money. I like it too. I say proxy up, tabletop it up. I love all of it. Whoa. Dang, he's got an Ultra Ball too. What are we gonna do? They fucked up the hobby, yeah. Love Yourself earlier was in chat talking about how he wants to get the new Pokemon set, and I'm like, and he just wants to get it as like a casual player. I'm like, good luck, man, because they make it pretty hard to just be a casual enjoyer. You know, I've rarely ever used battle items, but I'm going to use an X defense here. I can't remember the last time I used a battle item like this. Here, I'll use another one. Retro Pokemon games are the same, overpriced, yeah. Luckily, all the videos you guys have seen from me, I have already owned the games, so I kind of got to get around some of the price hikes during COVID. You know, and it was never a plan to like make content. It was just I wanted to own everything, and it was just fortunate that when I wanted to make content, and I just for me, I wanted to play the originals. Sometimes, like, people make comments in the videos like. They take me saying, "Oh, I'm playing on like on my modded 3DS and playing an actual copy of the game." They'll be like, there's nothing wrong as emulation, by the way." I'm like, I didn't say there was. I'm just saying I'm playing. Like, I don't know. People get so sensitive. I actually support emulation. I support proxies, the high seas, emulation, whatever. These companies have a plenty of damn money. Now I have to go to eBay because GameStop doesn't exist here anymore since last year. Wow. Yeah, my sister buys GameStop stock because she still thinks it's like meme territory, and I'm like, you're buying a real company, and that company is failing like in every regard. Am I wrong? Is there anybody in chat that like they have a thesis on why GameStop is like prepared for the future? I support having fun, same. I know this is like a big moment in the game, but wasn't GameStop in general in talks of going down? I don't know how much they're in right now in America, but where they're like 60 Funko Pop and Culture Trash, that's the same as in America. There are still GameStops, like pretty much, like many of them in America have shut down. They definitely still exist. Like there's one within probably I will say, I'd say the ones that were closer to me have closed down. Obviously, they're only keeping the stores that are making the most money. I'd say there's a GameStop within an hour and 10 minutes of my house. Now I forget it exists. I don't think the only thing I've ever liked about GameStop was growing up, that was where you'd go for pre-order games, right? And you'd have midnight launches. I don't know if in Germany you had like midnight launch culture, but like in GameStops in the US, you'd go at like, whatever time it would release. Because the rule in America is like, okay, if it releases on Tuesday at midnight, they could sell the game. But if you live on the West Coast like I do, they'll start selling it at 9 p.m. or 2100, because it's not fair that people on the East Coast can play it and the people on the West Coast can't play it. So they will start selling it at 9 p.m. So we on the West Coast, they'll sell it at 9 p.m. And that was so fun. Like, I remember going to the Halo 3 launch, and oh my god, I mean, just... it was such a festive event. People like bought pizza for each other. People were like playing guitar, playing Halo 2 from their cars and stuff like that, because people brought rigs. And it was just such an awesome festive atmosphere. But over time, when buying games online became more prevalent, and also it wasn't just that. I vividly remember that everybody else was like really lethargic to the boat on buying physical copies of games. For example, Fred Meyer, Walmart, places like that, they would get like brand new games 2 weeks after they had come out, and they would be super like, oh yeah, we got some copies or whatever. We're like, we don't really care if we have them on launch. Well, those companies got wise to it, and it started to become, you could much easier get your, the new Halo game from like Walmart than it was going to GameStop. And that and buying digitally, it kind of became like there wasn't really a reason to go to GameStop for me and a lot of other people. I remember, I'll never forget it. Some people have probably heard me say this before. The last midnight release I went to, it was so sad because I went to the midnight launch, or sorry, I wanted to go to the midnight launch of Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So what, this was been 2010 or 11. And I called GameStop to make sure they were going, because me and my friend Drew wanted to go. And they were like, yeah, we're not going to do one. We're like, what? And they're like, yeah, everybody said they didn't want to do a midnight launch, and they'd just pick it up in the morning. And me and him were just so devastated. Launches sound like some of the most fun someone could have. Wow. They were so... I mean, it was almost like a dose of like a LAN party. It was so awesome. Be quick to jump whatever assumption they think is someone disagreeing with them. And in this day and age, disagreements are almost always seen as attacks since debating is dying. I totally agree. God, I can't agree even any harder than that. Yeah, disagreeing these days is like people want to end friendships and end, like, they don't want family members in their lives anymore over disagreements. I still think I can like have a healthy disagreement politically, game opinion wise, and like I'm fine. But yeah, I definitely think like people around me would, it's unfortunate, but like for our relationship's benefit, I feel like I have to bite my tongue around you because you can't handle my opinion on something, which is sad. That's a culture that isn't here. Damn, dude. Well, the thing is, they're not really here anymore. I think I saw a TikTok of like a Call of Duty midnight launch, but it was like 6 people. Everybody's on their phones. I don't mean to sound like an old head, but like things like having your phone and stuff is a distraction. You used to, when you go to a midnight launch, everybody was so excited for whatever new game was coming out, and you didn't need to know who anybody was. You knew you shared something in common, and also, yes, there were cell phones around during like the launch of Halo 3, but like the connection was shitty, and you weren't really watching like full YouTube. I think it was still like we had those phones that flipped up with the text pad. You're not watching a bunch of stuff on that, so you're still like communicating with everybody. A master debater. I mostly use GameStop for some bargains on used games. Popular games, they always overpriced, like Pokemon, but you could find some rare games like Castlevania DS for €15, which here on eBay is like 100. Okay, there you go. I haven't gone to midnight launch since Destiny came out. I didn't even know they were doing one for the original Destiny. Amazon a lot of games since the customer service gives you bargains up the ass. Yeah. Yeah, there's just not much in my opinion, there's not many reasons for GameStop anymore. Because even with the deals, like German said, it has to be a niche case like Castlevania on the DS. Like you're not going to get any newer games that are used on discount, you know. What GameStop considers a discount, which is like 5% off or whatever. I'm terrible at debates because of how my thoughts work. Unfortunately, it sucks because I do think of nuance. I want to unpack that more. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean your thoughts? Like, do you feel like you jump the gun too quick? Do you get too emotional? Look, I get too, okay, so if we're having like a debate, I don't think I do personal attacks first. But when a personal attack is levied upon me, when we weren't even being personal about anything, but it's like, to me, that's like a cowardly tactic where like, say you and I disagree about Gen 7, right? And somebody says, well, the reason why you don't like Gen 7 is because you're too impatient. Like they make it something personal like that. That I get fired up really quick. I don't like personal attacks. And my issue is I always overreact. So like, I do feel like I don't throw the first punch, but I definitely throw 1,000 punches after that. And I go way too overboard in a reaction to like an insult. Personal attacks aren't debate. Agreed. When I got my copy of Z, I actually made a trade deal with the guy. I was in line with some extra, extra what? Debate is over once you make it personal. Yeah. I don't want to get too much into it, but I'm dealing with something with somebody right now based on politics where it's like ruining our relationship, and it's really sad because it's not something I like. With this person, I'm totally fine not talking politics at all, but they insist. And it's just really unfortunate. And like, cause it's not like, it's not like I bring it up and then I say they can't respond. It's that I'm fine not talking about it with you. And they're like, no. And that tells me about your character. I'm like, oh, don't judge like that. I do have minor anger issues, but it's less and more. I can't pull counter arguments from the back of my mind until I have a long time to think. Yeah. I mean, look, there's like, for example, Lilith, do you think you'd be better at debating if you had time to like write out a response rather than do it in person? That's for sure. Like, I think if there's 3 levels to it, I'm good at that, like rattle off examples, rattle off a statistic or 2 that I've remembered. But there's people that are better at it than me, you know? With your example, I basically draw Pokemon for compounding reasons, but impatience is what a biggie, and it built up to basically that being the reason I just stopped buying anything new. Politics are stupid because we get a minuscule say in a matter every 2 to 4 years. Why several relationships over it? Yeah. Okay. So that's what I think a strength I have is like, one, I don't see myself as some like noble changer of the world. Look, I'm not going to rallies all the time, and I'm not like canvassing my community and trying to win votes, right? So if I'm not doing that, why am I suddenly acting like I'm that person in a debate? And I feel like people do that to me. I'm like, hold on, like, I know that you're fired up because you just watched a TikTok or you spent time on Reddit. You don't do anything else outside that. Like, it's not like you're going to rallies and like you're registered to vote and you're going around to door to make sure people like really hear your message. Like, you're fired up, but you only go as far as like our relationship. Like, so don't act like this is something that is going to ruin us if you can't get me to see your point of view when like your whole activism is reserved to your phone. It's ridiculous. Like, anytime a personal attack comes in a debate, I just accept it and go, okay, yeah, okay, so you have nothing to a value to add. Thanks for making that clear as soon as you have, and stop talking about it. That's where I mess up, is I don't. Once you make a personal attack on me, I'm like, bam, 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 bam. Like, I do it right back. And I don't like that about myself, but because I wish I reacted like you, of like, oh, okay, so this conversation's over. Because even if you can have like a transcript, like in court, of like, this is where you definitely were wrong. Like, you insulted me first. they're never gonna feel bad or apologetic when you come at them so much harder. You know what I mean? And bringing it back to like YouTube and video games, I guess I realized over time that like building a subscriber base is really about like, it kind of is trying to find like-minded people. It really is, because for example, when I made the ZA video, like look at like Brewham likes ZA a lot. I don't like ZA pretty much at all, but he's still in my chat. He's still talking to me. He still values my opinion. I value his, right? That's who I want as a subscriber. We don't need to agree all the time. But you know, I remember when that video did really well, and I actually got a lot of subscribers from it. There was no agenda about that. Cause you know, I got a lot of accusations of you're following a trend. You're a negative YouTuber now. It's like, if that's true, why didn't I keep doing that? Why have I not jumped on every video game controversy and just copied the opinion? If that was the goal, then I could, trust me, it would even be easier to make videos like that, and I would get more subs, money, and views and everything if I just did that. But that's not who I am. Look, I'm no saint, but I'm just saying, like, people like to assign your intentions. I hate that. I hate when people tell you what you think. Oh, you just don't like this game because this reason. It's like, how about I don't like the game for the 10 minutes I just explained to you why I don't like the game? There's no like agenda. Like I didn't like... It has plenty of flaws, yeah. I tune in to your opinion whether I like it or not. Appreciate that. And look, I think that says something about you guys too. Look, I'm not trying to kiss a bunch of ass here today, but I do think that says something about you as a viewer. Is like, you know, I don't agree with this guy, but I'll hear him out. That's hard for me sometimes. Sometimes I'm hearing opinions and I'm just like, how did you get to that conclusion, you know? But I don't like shut them out. Like there's content creators I watch where I disagree with them probably 20% of the time. And I mean like really disagree with them, but it's not like I'm like, unsub. People who have severely lost the ability to just disagree on things. My friends and I have shit we disagree on, and that's what it is. Obviously nothing disastrous important, but we can disagree. We can both like Pokemon. We start there and discuss the nuances. I don't get the mindset of I need to blow sugar up your ass because you have a different opinion. I like ZA, you don't. That's fine because we have different priorities and actually kind of like to discuss different mindsets. Yeah, to me, I agree. To me, the dream with the channel has always been like, even when look, if you go on my comments, there's people that are perfectly nice, but they disagree with me and they totally explain why. And I'll say like, oh, appreciate your input. And I'll read it, you know? Okay, so I think this is going to be a good stopping point because I wanted to get to like just before the next island. Oh, hold on, let me get footage of this. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. We can go back and like hit boulders now. Like this. Oh yeah. Dang it. Can't you tell I was trying to get footage of a thing? I think I'll replay it like on a Switch 2 years from now, maybe like 5 years from now or something. Are you challenging yourself, or is this just a playthrough? It's just a playthrough, Walker, or Walter. It's for my next experience video. So no challenge, just casual, having fun. Well, I guess the challenge is actually playing this game, because I normally don't like this game. I want to make sure they don't force me to get on the boat just now. Okay. Okay, guys. About a 4.5 hour stream. Pretty good. Pretty sure I'll be back tomorrow. Let's say 11 or 12 p.m. or 11 or 12 Pacific Standard Time. So whatever time it is for you right now, go back 4.5 hours around that time. Really cool stream. Lots of people today. Lots of broad discussion. Loved it. So yeah, we'll get back at it tomorrow. We'll go to the next island. We'll try to do like an island a day, maybe. But